Here's a good one. I'm trying to find a good documentary here. You know what? Let's put on a remarkable. There we go. All right. I'm going to switch the title up to Space News. I'll be back in a little bit.
Sunday, April 12, 1981. Kennedy Space Center, Florida. The Space Shuttle. 14 stories high, 2,000 tons, poised on the pad for its maiden flight. This is Columbia, the spaceship that will orbit the Earth. Its external tank. It holds over 500,000 gallons of fuel for Columbia's 3 main engines. And the solid rocket boosters, the largest ever used on any launch vehicle and the first to be employed in a U.S. manned flight. At liftoff, the solid rocket boosters, together with the 3 main engines, will unleash more than 6.5 million pounds of thrust needed to launch the world's first reusable spacecraft. Never before has a winged vehicle been launched like a rocket, orbited the Earth, returned through frictional heating in excess of 2,500 degrees, and landed.
Discovery, go at
still
throttle.
Aerodynamically sound, to be launched again and again. If it succeeds, the space shuttle will truly be a remarkable flying machine. There are many other goals to be reached during the 54.5-hour mission that lies ahead. 144 test objectives are planned for the flight. These objectives could not be achieved without an astronaut crew. The commander, John Young. The pilot, Robert Crippen. Young has already been in space 4 times for a total of 533 hours. He is the most experienced astronaut flying today. Although Crippen has over 4,000 hours of jet aircraft flying time, this will be his first time in space. The astronauts make their way across the access arm toward the shuttle in the pre-dawn hours before launch. An American spaceship has never carried a human crew on its maiden voyage. At the Launch Control Center, 3 miles from the pad, final steps are being completed in the countdown. Final preparations are also being made in the Mission Control Center in Houston, where control of the flight will switch once the shuttle clears the tower. There has not been a manned launch from Kennedy Space Center since the Apollo-Soyuz test project in July of 1975. With this launch, Young and Crippen, launch controllers at the Cape, and flight controllers in Houston will experience the most dynamic, fast-paced series of launch events ever undertaken in the space program, all in less than 9 minutes. The most challenging ascent profile ever to be flown by a space vehicle. Photographers, film and television crews, plus newspaper and magazine writers from around the world, nearly 2,700 of them are here to cover the launch. In addition, approximately 600,000 spectators line the coastal area near the Kennedy Space Center. Arriving by every mode of transportation, they have come from every state in the Union and many foreign countries. promise of a rebirth in America's manned space program, and the dawn of a new era in space transportation awaits.
14, 13, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. We've gone for main engine start.
Roger, roll.
The roll will put the shuttle on its precise heading toward an imaginary target in space.
Roll program complete.
Roger, roll complete. They get a status. Vital. Go. Booster. Go. GNC. Go. Eagle. Go. Go at 40, Capcom. Columbia, Houston, you're go at 40.
The shuttle is now 40 seconds into flight.
Roger, Columbia, on the nice ride. You're lofting a little bit. You'll probably be slightly high at staging. Negative seats. Columbia, you're negative seats.
Should anything go wrong, the shuttle is now too high for the astronauts to use their ejection seats.
Columbia, you're go for SRB step.
We see SRB step flight.
Roger, on a step.
103 converge flight.
Bet. Capcom, let's tell them all the calls are going to be a tad early because of the hot first stage. Columbia, you're looking a little hot. All your calls will be a little early.
Okay. Okay, map looks good here. Stand by, press to MECO.
Columbia, stand by. Press to MECO.
Mark it.
Marked. Press for MECO.
Roger, press for MECO.
The shuttle can now continue toward MECO, main engine cutoff.
They like the VAP, Eagle. ECOM.
Let's go, flight.
Capcom, VAPs go.
Stand by, negative return.
Columbia, stand by for negative return.
Mark it.
Marked. Negative return. And your VAP is good.
Outstanding. Sure is, we can confirm it. Oh, what a view, what a view. And single engine rota flight.
And Columbia, your single engine rota.
Columbia can land safely at the Naval Air Station in Rota, Spain, even if 2 of the 3 main engines should fail. Right now, the engines are generating over 42 million horsepower.
MECO 25, 6,
MECO.
0, up at 220.
Roger, MECO.
And we got MECO confirmed.
MECO, Roger, Columbia, MECO. Right on the money, nominal.
Main engine cutoff. Columbia is now in space, traveling over 18,000 miles per hour.
Okay, we got set.
Roger, we confirm the step, Columbia.
The external tank has just been jettisoned and is now falling away from the shuttle back toward Earth. The tank will break up as planned over the Indian Ocean when it comes into contact with the atmosphere. Shortly, by firing the OMS, Orbital Maneuvering System engines, Columbia will achieve orbit. Then one of the most important tests of the mission will be attempted, opening the payload bay doors. The doors must be opened before the end of the 6th orbit to expose the space radiator cooling system. If the radiators cannot be exposed, heat collected from the onboard electronics cannot be released, and the astronauts will have to return home. The OMS burns are successful. Columbia is now in orbit, circling the Earth at an altitude of approximately 150 miles. The payload bay doors will now be opened.
Okay, the port door's coming open now.
Roger, copy.
Well, you are missing one fantastic sight. Boy, that is really beautiful out there.
We appreciate those updates.
Both doors have been opened. The radiators can be deployed to begin dissipating the heat.
The doors are all opened up and hunky-dory. Glad to deploy it right on time.
And the radiators look good.
Okay, we want to show you our own pods here. We do have a few tile missing off of both of them. Off of the starboard pod, 3 tile and some smaller pieces, and off the port pod, looks like I see one full square and looks like a few little triangular shapes that are missing, and we're trying to put that on TV right now.
Roger, Crip, we can see that good.
From what we can see of both wings, tops and leading edges, though, all those are fully intact.
Within minutes, an assessment is completed on the impact these missing tiles could have on the remainder of the mission. At a news conference later in the day, Flight Director Neil Hutchison answers questions from reporters.
But you asked me if I knew where there were any other tiles that might be loose. The answer is no. And quite frankly, we're not worried about any other tiles being loose.
At this writing, is there anything at all that would lead you to say you might not go for a full duration mission?
Nothing. Columbia, Houston, you guys did so good, we're going to let you stay up there for a couple of days. Your gopher on orbit.
Spacecraft Let's Go for on orbit. This thing is just performing just outstanding.
Roger, we agree with that. And Columbia, Houston, just for your information, you dropped those SRBs right on target, and they were floating just the way they ought to be, and the boats were getting ready to fish them and bring them back.
Okay. The ride that they gave us was pretty neat.
The solid rocket boosters, which separated from the Columbia as planned 2 minutes 11 seconds into the flight, landed on target in the Atlantic Ocean, 151 miles downrange from the launch site. After being towed back to Kennedy Space Center, both boosters will be refurbished and used again in a future shuttle flight. The third and fourth OMS burns are also successful, raising Columbia's orbit to an altitude of approximately 172 miles. For the first television transmission from inside the spacecraft, the crew will give a status report on the mission.
The flight so far has gone as smooth as it could possibly go. We've done every test that we're supposed to do, and we're up on the timeline, and the vehicle has just been performing beautifully, much better than anyone ever expected to do on a first flight, and no systems are out of shape. And it's delightful up here in zero gravity, might add. Of course, we owe this to a lot of people, so we certainly want to thank everyone who has helped get this thing airborne, and can take great pride in it's doing so well right now. Okay, we're switching over to the aft camera here. Yeah, I'd like to echo John's words as I usually do. I guess being the so-called rookie on this flight, I had a thrill from the moment of liftoff all the way up to what we're doing now. It's really been super. The spacecraft has worked as advertised all the way along. I think we've got something that's really going to mean something to the country and the world. This vehicle is performing like a champ, like all of us that have worked so long on it knew that you would.
Okay, sir, we appreciate those comments.
I guess that does it.
That was a good time, and I think you must have practiced. We're just about to lose your ghost song.
Just accident.
Just accident, says Robert Crippen. None of the other events of the day have been accidental. Every test, liftoff, SRB separation and recovery, ET separation and impact, 4 ohms burns, payload bay door latch opening and closing tests, radiator latch deploy and stowing tests have all been successful.
I guess we owe you guys one super attaboy for today. This is fantastic. You worked through a pretty long, hard day, and you're essentially right on schedule, which is going to be close to being a first for the spaceflight biz, I think, for first day activities. It's sure been fun working with you today, and we look forward to seeing you in the morning. I hope you get a good night's rest.
Okay, you guys did super work today. See you mañana.
Roger, thank you. See you tomorrow, guys.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Well, many hour went into this thing. A job well done by the shuttle space team. We can't say that she's sleek and lean, but I'll tell you right now, she's a mean machine. The Columbia, not the kind you smoke. This here's a bird.
Morning, Columbia. Welcome to day 2.
All right. Appreciate that super wake-up music this morning. Well, we sure enjoyed it. Missing a good breakfast.
Today, the astronauts will test onboard systems and also review procedures for tomorrow's landing. A test of the flight control system is conducted by John Young. The flight control system operates Columbia's aero surfaces, the elevons, body flaps, rudder, and speed brake. These surfaces are useless in the vacuum of space, but will be essential tomorrow when the shuttle lands. This will require precision maneuverability, which the aero surfaces provide. Payload bay door cycling tests help ensure that latching and closing procedures can also be done before entry tomorrow. As with every mission, many pictures of the Earth are taken by the astronauts. Over 500 on this first shuttle flight. Active volcanoes, cloud formations, alluvial fans, giant whirlpools over 15 miles in diameter, sand dunes 1,500 feet high, running unbroken for hundreds of miles. The high Himalayas, where mountain peaks reach 24,000 feet. And one of the most remarkable space photographs ever taken of the Earth, an area in Iran exposed to wind erosion, which has resulted in these breathtaking silt and sandstone formations that look more like a painting than a desert. After lunch on the second day, the astronauts receive a phone call from the Vice President of the United States, George Bush.
How's it going up there? Everything rocking along all right?
Spaceship is just performing beautifully.
Well, it's great, and everybody views it, I'm sure, just as the forerunner of great things to come. I think your trip is just going to ignite the excitement and the forward thinking from this country, so I really just wanted to call up and wish you the very best.
We certainly appreciate it, Mr. Vice President.
The crew also don and check out the ejection suits they will wear during entry. Young, Crippen, and Columbia pass every test. They are ready for the final phase of the mission, entry and landing. April 14th, 1981. NASA's Dryden Flight Research Center on the edge of Rogers Dry Lake Bed in California. A recovery convoy of 24 vehicles and more than 100 personnel are assembling here to power down Columbia after landing. Enormous crowds are also beginning to arrive. a string of traffic 6 miles long waits to enter the base. Thousands more are already here. Close to 1/2 million people will eventually be on hand to see the landing. On board, the astronauts suit up for entry. The ascent and orbital phases of the mission have gone extremely well. Now the final phase must be completed. Before that begins,
Columbia, you have a go for payload bay door closing.
the doors, which have been open a total of 47 hours during the flight, must now be closed. Then, using the RCS thrusters, Columbia will maneuver into deorbit burn attitude, head down and backwards, fire the OMS engines one last time, and descend into the Earth's atmosphere.
Nice and easy does it, John. We're all riding with you.
Columbia is out of contact during the OMS burn. Mission Control will not know if this burn was successful until they are in communication with the spacecraft over Australia. It is now over the Indian Ocean on the other side of the world, but from that distance the burn must be precise so that later Columbia will hit the lake bed target in California.
Columbia, this is Houston through Yargady. We're standing by.
Burn was on time at nominal. It is 110.
Columbia is now committed to entry. With an RCS post-burn maneuver and several firings, it is oriented to a heads-up, nose-first attitude headed toward entry interface. This is where the atmosphere begins, at approximately 400,000
Okay,
feet.
John, we copied,
From that moment until the shuttle reaches
And,
165,000 feet, it will be in communication blackout, out of touch with mission control for almost 20 minutes. The landing site is almost 4,400 miles from entry interface. Chase planes are preparing to take off. One will call out altitudes and check Columbia for any damage just prior to landing. When the shuttle touches down here, it will be traveling at 216 miles per hour. Right now it's going more than 17,000 miles per hour. Before it lands, it must slow down, lose energy, and it must survive the intense heat caused by traveling through the atmosphere at such a high rate of speed. Several S-turns or roll reversals are used to slow down and maneuver Columbia through the atmosphere. This one is done at 256,000 feet when it is traveling at more than 26 times the speed of sound. This one is done at 208,000 feet. During these two roll reversals, entry heating is most severe, with temperatures reaching 2,500 degrees some places on the vehicle. The aluminum skin will melt at 320 degrees. The silicate tiles must insulate the vehicle from the tremendous heat. Since there is no test facility on Earth to simulate the aerodynamic and structural environment Columbia is in right now, only calculations could be used to predict what would happen during this phase of the flight. The predictions and calculations had to be right.
Hello there, Houston. Columbia's here.
Hello, Columbia. Houston's here. How do you read?
Flying clear, and we're doing Mach 10.3 at 180 AS.
And we couldn't agree more, John. Your state vector's good. We've got good data in-house.
Okay.
The entry trajectory, velocity, and position look good. Columbia is heading for home, now only 470 miles away.
More left RCS, but okay.
Right, we're showing a roll. And John, we're showing you rolling right. Looking good.
Right, normal roll.
We're showing crossing the coastline flag.
Columbia, we show you crossing the coast now.
Right, yeah. We can come.
The shuttle is first sighted at about 100,000 feet with a long-range camera from Anderson Peak, California.
What a way to come to California.
And flight battle, I still look perfect right on the nominal.
Roger that. Out of 112K, 4.8 Mach.
We're seeing this in a row.
We see Delaz 21 degrees.
A role reversal is done over Bakersfield, California.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Chase has a tally.
Roger, checking.
And we're seeing 1.3 Gs coming around the hat.
Roger that.
The astronauts are making the final turn to line up with the runway.
Columbia, you're really looking good. Right on the money. Right on the money. And turning on to final, your winds on the surface are calm.
I got a win.
You're right on the glide slope, Columbia.
Yeah, clear, John.
Looks real good underneath. Everything looks real good.
Chase reports no tile or other damage is evident underneath the shuttle. Columbia's altitude is now just over 5,000 feet.
Pretty clear.
Without power, Columbia must land. It cannot make another attempt.
You're coming. You're down. Feet. 40, 30, 20, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, touchdown. Those gears, 10. 5, 4, 3, touchdown. Look him off, skipper.
Columbia's on the roller.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful.
You'll have to take it up the hangar, Joe.
We're going to dust it off first.
This is the world's greatest all-electric flying machine, I'll tell you that. It was super.
Okay, convoy's on its way.
Convoy on. We'll stop on the Columbia. We'll stop. Go and throttle.
The maiden voyage of Columbia has been a success. The astronauts and the vehicle have met or exceeded all 144 flight test objectives. The integrity of all the systems, propulsion, avionics, structural, flight control, power, and thermal have been affirmed. John Young's comments after returning home.
I can't tell you what a tribute that is to the American working man and the American working woman, too. You can't imagine the variety of people who worked on this vehicle, from all walks of life, all capabilities and limitations. It's all due to their individual efforts. They proved that they can do the job. They proved it for the world to see. And I'm mighty proud to be associated with folks like that.
What a tribute indeed. The Columbia represents an achievement in aerospace technology and development never before realized in the history of manned spaceflight. It is our basic building block for the future.
It's what we've been trying to do for the last 10 years. We've got a vehicle with a payload performance that will allow us to do that, much cheaper than we've been able to do it before. It will immeasurably improve the defensive capability of the country. It will help develop space science and technology. When we get operational, the space shuttle will be able to do in 5 to 10 years what it would have taken us 20 to 30 years to do otherwise. We couldn't do it if we didn't have the space shuttle and that payload capability. And the sooner we do those things, the better off the country's going to be.
A revolutionary new era in space transportation has just begun. Routine access to space. Welcome to the future.
Not bad. All right. Welcome to Space News. How are you guys doing? Wonder what SpaceX's EVA suits will look like. Dude, I think they're gonna look. They'll probably end up looking similar to the flight suits. But yeah. Hey, Scary, Tier 2 64-month resub. STS-64. September 1994. First use of LiDAR in space. Pathway for modern weather and environment satellites. First untethered EVA in 10 years testing the Safer unit. Special place in my heart because I was born just after the EVA. Hey, all right, man. There were no shuttle missions flying when I was born. It was still grounded. You were right when you said that Falcon Dragon was SpaceX's Gemini. Yep, it is. Just think how revolutionary it'll be if SpaceX is able to make them compact. I think they showed a preview of it in that Journey to Mars footage that they showed during the Starship presentation. You know? I'm pretty sure it's going to look exactly like their flight suits. Maybe a little bit beefier with just an EVA backpack on it. I mean, that would be my guess. But that means they will only use these during the entire mission, so Dragon depressurization because no airlock? I'm not sure, Supercraft. Ed White, during a Gemini mission, and Alexei Leonov, they just went outside in their flight suits, tethered to the spacecraft via a life support line. So Leonov did it first. I mean, just went outside, just opened the hatch. I mean, well, to be fair, the Voskhod had an airlock built in. It was an inflatable airlock. But yeah, basically just went outside in their spacesuits. Same with Ed White. I mean, Hellfish, knowing SpaceX, it's probably just a flight suit with a bolt-on Safer unit or something. Like, best part is no part, right? Like, I was looking at the suits for the shuttle mission. The launch escape system was, the LES was a partial pressure suit, while ACES was a full pressure suit. Do you know the difference between the two? LES. You answered the question in your question, Ryan. The LES was a partial pressure suit, while the ACES was a full pressure suit. Do you know the difference between the two? Yeah. Yeah, one is pressurizing your whole body, the other one's just pressurizing your head. Can we expect SpaceX to start servicing the Hubble? Maybe, I don't know. So, all right. Well, there's a lot of stuff that happened over the weekend. There was the Super Bowl. That was fun. We got Formula 1 cars. We got NASCAR practice tonight. There's lots of stuff. Guys, this is going to be a long space news. There's a lot of things. A lot of things. There was a Progress mission that launched. I was thinking maybe it might be good to start with the Formula 1 cars. That might be a good place to start. We'll start with all the racing stuff and all the sports ball stuff, and then we'll get to the space stuff. But, I don't know. Did I get your link? No? Oh, what's this? I'm scrolling up and see. City's airport that you've been working on. Oh, very nice. You have a terminal on approach for a runway, though. But, whatever. Re-entry vehicle knows having to fly the random Mach 10s in the photo. Oof. Yeah. Crazy. Here, let's which F1 team might have the best aero design in your opinion? Can somebody possibly link me a comparison of all the cars? Do we have any? Is there anything like that out thus far? A comparison of all the different vehicles? Comparison of all the different vehicles? Yeah, and there are some big differences. And you got something? I don't think that this is the modern cars. These look like... Yeah, that's not really what I'm looking for. Did you guys just Google F1 car comparison? Pretty... This is all of Michael Schumacher's cars, man. This is every car that Michael Schumacher had. So he started at Jordan, and then he moved to Benetton, right? Then he moved to Ferrari, and then he retired, and then he went to Mercedes. That F2004 though. Actually, the F2004 is, so that's, that one is 05, 04, 03, 02, 01, 2000, 99, 98, 97, 96, 95, 94, 93, 92, 91, 89. Yeah, I think that's right. That sounds right. The last Ferrari is 06. Okay, so I was off by one. Are you sure? He went out in 06? Yeah, he did go out in 06. I thought it was 05. And then this one right here is 2010, 2011, and 2012. And then he stopped. You'll post more. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look, dudes. All right, let's check this out. Cars look, I will say, the cars look way nicer. They look way nicer. NASCAR said that Ford needs to make adjustments to the nose of the next gen because it has too much downforce for their liking. So, I know if you're looking and you're wondering why that front wing is so far off the ground, first of all, look at the winglets on the front wing. That's nuts. The front spoiler, I should say. Second of all, the reason why is because they want air going underneath the car because of the ground effect. You want air getting in here. You want high pressure. Well, not necessarily high pressure, but you want laminar flow going into the tunnels, the ducting for the ground effect. It'll suck the rear end and down to the ground, which is really neat. Oh, got another comparison. Oh, yeah, these cars look great, man. Why are they only tires and no car in the middle? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that... The Alpha must have, like, stealth paint job or whatever. Man, these cars look really nice. I will say this. The cars look so much better when you have a car that was designed with the halo from the start rather than a retrofit. That it looks way better. Like, way better. Yeah, everyone's running a different side pod. I see that. Yeah, here, let's see. Let's take a look. I'm just afraid of more cars and the ground effect. Yeah, it seems like Formula One's getting a little dangerous, but hey, whatever. Yeah, look at that. The barge board is... There are huge regulations on the barge boards now. Look at how small they are. The barge boards on the cars used to go out to, like, the wheels. Man. Yeah, scary. Yeah, it is. Sheet thick. What a ground effect. All I know is that somehow creates low pressure sucking the car down. Paint time. So if you have a car, right, here's your front tire, here's your rear tire, right? And your wing, for instance, is up off the ground, right? And then you have an intake back here, right? Air goes underneath, it goes past the tires, and it goes into this intake, okay? The intake does this. This is underneath the car now, okay? So that air that goes in here tries to enter a much bigger volume. When it enters a much bigger volume, your delta P goes way down. And it creates a ton of low pressure in here. And then if you combine that with your rear spoiler, you get a lot of high pressure right here. High P. You get a huge change in pressure right here. Combine that with a high pressure, the air moving at high pressure over the spoiler, sucks the car down to the ground. That's what ground effect when it comes to cars does. Now keep in mind, the ground effect when it comes to planes is a little bit different. Little bit of a different story. Ground effect with planes is what kind of keeps the plane hovering above the ground because you're getting a lot of compression underneath the wings between the ground and the wings. Nice, Spoon. It's basically downforce. It is downforce. The rear diffuser on a car. Now, with that being said, look at the diffusers. See? See? You can see the funnels. They're right there. Alphas are right here. Like the acranoplane. Yeah, acranoplanes use an airplane ground effect. This is kind of doing the opposite. This is channeling air at high pressure into an intake right here, and then it goes through the reverse of a funnel. It gets compressed right here, and then it decompresses towards the back of the car. That creates a ton of low pressure underneath the car and allows the wheels to stick into the ground at higher speeds. It basically does the opposite of a wing. A wing has low pressure on the top, high pressure on the bottom, and that creates lift. A spoiler has high pressure on the top, low pressure on the bottom, and that creates downforce. These cars should be able to go faster because of ground effect. They should go quicker. Those vents must make drag. It really depends. It depends if anything's coming out of them, Hand. This has a very low profile compared to the rest of the car. Stuff with a low profile, like Soyuz's inner stage, for instance, doesn't create a lot of drag. Aerodynamics are fluid. It's all about where the air is going and what pressure the air is at. All right? Go faster. See last. What are the little black fins just behind the front wheels? Those guys, it's channeling air somewhere. It's most likely, these things right here are most likely taking the air from underneath the front wing. They're taking that air. See how the front wing goes up on like every car? There's a reason for that. And see how some of them even have another wing right here. They're trying to direct the air into the ground effect ducts. That's what these things do. They move that air right underneath the car. It's the entrance to the tunnels. Mm-hmm. Yep. These cars are basically designed to create much less turbulent flow off the back of the car. That's why they moved back to ground effect, because when you're using ground effect, you do not need as big of a rear wing, is what I was about to say. You do not need as big of a rear wing. And because the wing, see this wing is like way higher up off the ground? Because of that, you should get a lot more passing with Formula One. Like in Formula One, it should be easier to pass somebody. It's not English hard. Shielding accent is difficult. Take a look at McLaren's ducts compared to these. Let's see. Oh, wow. Okay. You should theoretically get much more closer racing with this. Front air strakes to keep dirty air from the wheels out of your car under... it's more about channeling the ground effect vial than anything. I mean, yeah, that probably has some kind of thing in there. Probably incorporate something into it. The McLaren does look nice. I like the Aston. I like the Aston a lot. It's a very pretty car. Yeah, that's really nice looking. They kind of look like Indy cars, man. But yeah, look at the front winglets. The winglets are huge, dude. Why is the left rear tire bulging on the front side? Eh? I think that's just lighting from the picture. Last, please. Sam is the former editor of Race Car Engineering. He has one of these threads for each car. Oh, that's neat. It's IndyCar mixed with Super Formula. I like it, man. These hopefully we get some good racing from this. Yeah. And for once, the nose of the cars, for the first time in like 15 years, don't look stupid. Yep. Man, they're moving air all over the place. Yeah, see this little thing that's designed to get air basically up and over the tire. That's what they're trying to do. So they got a swept. It's a swept wing in the front. It's a swept spoiler, I guess that would be the right way to say it. Swept spoiler. So what happens is when the air is going to hit here, it's going to bounce this way because it's a swept wing. This is something that planes have to deal with too. This is one of the downsides of having a swept wing. If you have a swept wing, air wants to move sideways across the wing. That actually makes way more drag. But the Formula One cars are using that to their advantage. You got a huge swept front wing, and that swept front wing is designed to have air moving across it. McLaren specifically designed their wing to do that. They know that the air is going to go this way. It's going to go up and to the left in this picture. That's why this has such a huge angle of incidence, I suppose, would be the right way to say that. It has a huge AOI to get the air that's going sideways off the front to go up and over the tire. So the tire doesn't generate as much drag. It's cool. It's really cool, actually. And this thing right here, it's got a winglet.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Just like an airplane. Any air that moves up against this is not going to flow into the tire. It's going to get caught right here and then get sucked out these exit points right here, which just by chance are vectored out and around the tire. See what I'm talking about? Yeah, it's designed to hold the air right here so you don't get air sliding. You don't get side slip of it on the wing. It's really smart. Also cool down the brakes. This one is probably for brake cooling. This thing right here. And that one is lined right up with the brake duct. You're spot on. Can you compare the McLaren with the Red Bull? I don't think I have a comparison just yet, unless Hellfish links this guy's other picture. Yep. See, canards. In racing, that's a canard. It's at the front of the vehicle and it moves the air in a certain direction. But see these little reliefs right here on the wing? Any air that gets stuck in here is designed to vent out the side. See that? That is going to create a little bit of drag, but it's probably going to create less drag than pushing the air right into the tire. This thing is designed to get air away from that tire. Tires create a lot of drag. Yeah, see, there's the canards. Just showing both pictures at the same time. Well, if you have a picture of a Red Bull squall, I would love to compare it. Pegster, 4-month resub. Thank you. Oh wow, look at that. Yeah, look. See, the front spoiler pushes the air up and over, and this thing, interesting. It compresses it against the tire. Yeah, see, there's your brake cooling duct right there. That must be to catch any turbulent air that's coming off the tire. Man, these cars are sleek, dude. They're going to go fast. These things are going to go real fast. DeWalt. Scary, what say you? These things are going to be quick, man. They're going to go real fast. So how do they make the air push up against the side of the front wing? It happens because the wing is of the angle of the wing. They're swept wings. Ryan, that's what happens with wings. If you have an airplane, right? Then you have an airplane, and the airplane has a wing like this, right? All the air is just going to move across the wing like that. The Germans came up with the idea of a swept wing, okay? When you have a swept wing, right? You're a lot more maneuverable. But what happens with a swept wing is that not all the air does this. The air does this. Actually, a swept wing really isn't that more maneuverable. It's more designed for high speed. Sorry, I said that wrong. Fixed wings like this are more maneuverable because you have the air move. The wing has more air flying over it. But it wants to do this, right? And right here, see that? That right there, see how all my aerodynamic lines are bunching up? That's drag. And the reason why it's drag is because you have the low pressure underneath the wing and the high pressure of all this air getting bunched up, meeting each other. And then when they meet each other, they swirl. They do this. They create a vortex. That is drag visualized, that vortex. It's called the vortex. Vortice off the wing. Formula One cars do the same thing. They have the same idea because their front wing on the car is swept like this. So the air is going to do that. And any air, like if this is your winglet right here, there's those little relief cuts in here. Some of the air is going to get stuck right here, and then it's going to relieve out the side because the tire is right here. See what I mean? That's why you have those relief vents. Monza's going to be fun? Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. NASA actually came up with that idea of putting winglets on planes. That was a NASA idea, and now you see it. Now you see it right in Formula One. See those reliefs right there? There's a reason for those. Absolutely a reason for those. Because the air, Ryan, is going to get stuck right here. And if it gets stuck, that means the tire moving is going to suck it down underneath the car, and then your air underneath your tire is going to make a lot of drag. So they push it out and away from the tire. There's no secret that you can see how you could clearly see right through it, right? Some of these parts you can't see through at all. They're almost touching each other. That's really cool. This is Formula One is aerospace engineering at this point. It's been like this for a long time, but it's really cool to see the aerodynamics. Like, see even the control rods, the control arms for the car. They're all shaped like a wing, because they're designed to move the air in a certain direction. This stuff must have a thorough CFD simulation. Well, the funny thing is that Formula One teams are only limited to so much prototyping. You can only use so many teraflops to do CFD on your car. The other part of it has to be in-house testing. Or not in-house, it has to be on-track testing. Formula One mandates the testing regime. Yeah. Oh yeah, they mandate the testing regime to try and keep it fair. Yeah, see? Ryan, look. There's your funnel. See it right there? But really interesting. Look, there's some brakes. See this? This isn't... McLaren didn't make this all squiggly for no reason. It's squiggly for a reason. I'm not sure what that reason is, but it's very squiggly. See how it looks like someone stomped on it right there and right there? Well, that's not an accident. It's there. It's like that for a reason, but you can see the funnel right there. Man, the diffusers on these cars, they must look ridiculous from the back. Yeah, see? Aston did it too. It's all broken up. It looks like someone hit it with a sledgehammer. I wonder why. They're probably trying to break up some turbulent air, or make some air turbulent on purpose. Mike, that's my guess. My guess is that they're trying to make turbulent air. They're trying to rile it up, because when you do that and you make turbulent airflow like that, it makes a ton of low pressure. And you want low pressure in here. You want the air to be turbulent underneath the car, believe it or not, because that means it's at low pressure. And if you can generate lower pressure underneath the car, it'll go faster. Wings create lift. Spoilers create downforce. Honestly, a spoiler is just a wing that's upside down. That's it. Seal the floor via vortices. It could be hellfish, yeah. They could be making a wall of air right here to keep this sealed. Yeah, that's totally possible. Oh, yeah. Spoiler alert, spoilers are wings. Yeah, look at that, man. It looks like someone stomped on the thing. That's there for a really, really particular reason. It's very interesting. Sucks. What an idiot. Oh my god. Sorry. DM you a picture of some serious power sitting in front of you. Mint. Oh, look. Hellfish, look. Look at the, Look. See, look at this. See, that's not shoddy craftsmanship right there, guys. That thing's all broken up like that for a very good reason. No one comment, but man, nah, you can say something about that. That was just stupid. Why do you have loaded ammunition in a gun, and why didn't you check? All right. Spoon, while we're here, I'm just gun safety PSA. If someone hands you a firearm, check to see if it's loaded every freaking time. Point it at the ground and look to see if it's if there's a round in the chamber. That is the first thing you do when someone hands you a firearm. Even if they say hot gun, I don't give a frick. If I get handed a firearm, I point it at the ground and I look and check to see if there's anything in the chamber. I don't care who told me it is. I don't care how much I trust that person. Always do that. Or you're going to blow someone's brains out by accident. And keep your hand off the goddamn trigger, for the love of God. All right, anyway, back to Formula One. Yeah, I know, Spoon. For the vast majority of you, you know that. But if, if anybody out there is looking to get into, screwing around with firearms, first of all, don't screw around with firearms. Just don't. If you're on the range or something, have some fun. Shooting is fun. You don't need to add any stupid things to it. All right? Just don't be an idiot. It's like aerospace engineering. Don't be an idiot or you're going to get someone killed. Don't be stupid. You're going to hurt somebody. Wings make lift because the air over top has to move further, thus going faster, so making it low pressure, or am I thinking of it wrong? No, that's correct. Basic operator safety skills. Yeah, bio. Yeah, of course. Duh. Hellfish, this is a great thread, dude. This guy really has a lot of pictures. Who is this? I don't know this guy. Mostly talking or writing about small bits of racing cars, tractors, Hertfordshire, politics, engineering. Yeah. Racing cars, tractors, engineering. Yeah, I mean, hey, 3 out of 5 is good. That's really cool. He does YouTube vids for F1 TV. Neat. Oh, engineering. Perfect 5 out of 7. Yep. Huh. Okay, so this is old and new. Got it. That's cool, Cooking. Right on. Yeah. Man, that max height of the nose, 625 to 550, dude. You gotta see. All right. I can already tell you right here, okay? I've heard some whispers from people in chat, but I'll tell you right there. Going down 75 mil on the nose, the high part of the nose cone on the car, yeah, I know enough about suspension geometry to know that you need to redesign the suspension. So I've heard, once again, some people have said some things in chat, but I'll tell you right now, these Formula One cars are going to have very different suspension. A lot of people are going to bring a lot of different things to the table. Yeah, you're really screwing up suspension geometry doing that. You can't use your old suspension. Got to re-engineer it. Yeah, Synerd, exactly. Yeah, that's going to make, it's because of this. See this right here? Yeah, that angle makes a big difference, man. Someone get a haircut? I did, Ismic. Yeah, I needed to look good for Valentine's Day for reasons. You know, I can't. You know, yesterday on my day off, I went out. I got a haircut. I went to the store. I got Brimo flowers, and I got her favorite snack. I got her Tide Pods. You know, it said flowers and Tide Pods. Here you go. You know, got to look good, man. Then I took Brimo out for dinner. I thought you were her favorite snack. Tide Pods. Is that why we haven't seen her today? Tide Pods? No, Brimo's here. Okay, so here's the true story. I actually did buy her Tide Pods, which is hilarious. But, this is just how I roll. I put chocolate underneath it, underneath the Tide Pods. Like, not in the Tide Pod thing, didn't mix it all together. I put Tide Pod, I give her a bag full of chocolate and some flowers, and Tide Pods were at the top. I go, I got you your favorite. And she goes, dark chocolate Tide Pods. It was awesome. It was really funny, actually. Yeah. Yep. Yep. When you get a significant other, you can do dumb stuff like that. As long as they laugh. If they laugh, then you're good. She laughed. She thought it was funny. Okay, Hellfish. Yeah, we'll do. Yeah, Bio. I mean, so... Oof. Yeah, this is, I don't know, man. That's... You're going to need to come up with some fancy, smanchy pushrod suspension for this. Tide Pods? You mean laundry detergent? No, I mean my favorite snack. Just like bleach is my favorite thing to drink. This is a joke. Don't eat Tide Pods bleach. It's a joke. Okay. All right. Yep. Nope. That joke's not funny anymore. Okay. Oh, that's amazing, Hillness. I'm going to buy those next time. That's really cool. Okay. Yeah. I want to see more of this. Here. Does Guy have threads on other cars? I'll give you a nice old follow. There we go. Wow, that looks, oh. Are rocket engineers basically advanced aerospace engineers? It's rocket engineers. There's no such thing as a rocket engineer, all right? It's whatever you work on. So a propulsion engineer has to deal with aerodynamics inside of the rocket engine, just like a Formula One engineer has to deal with aerodynamics. Yeah, of course. Just different types of aerodynamics. One is a lot warmer than the other. But yeah, of course. The interior of car engines are super susceptible to aerodynamics. If your engine, when you suck in the air into the engine and it makes a lot of drag going into the, like, the air takes a huge turn going into the intake, it's gonna make a ton of drag. Yeah, that's no good. They're just engineers. Yeah, right. No, it's true. No, you see this thing, man? I'm actually, you know what? Now that we're here, now I'm wondering about the thermals for this, dude. Like, I mean, can you imagine how hot the header on this thing gets? It's probably ridiculous. I'll bet you the header on a Formula One car is made out of Inco or something. It's probably made out of something similar to a rocket engine. I mean, Ryan, a better way to think about it would be like, do rockets fly through the atmosphere? Yeah. Do Formula One cars move through the atmosphere? Sure, why not? They're just on the ground. Same idea, though. Everything about this is it's Inco. Yeah, I bet. Everything about this is connected. And that's something that I try to teach you guys. It's all connected. You know why? It's all connected because all these things are susceptible to the laws of physics. What is a Formula One car not susceptible to physics? No, of course it is. It's susceptible to the same exact physics and aerodynamics that a rocket is. The thing is, because a rocket travels in 3 dimensions, right? It goes up and it flies through the air. It gets a little bit more difficult. Why does it get a little bit more difficult? Because now your background criteria, atmospherics, is dynamic, hence aerodynamics. It changes. Because where the rocket launches from has a very different type of atmosphere, or lack thereof, than where it ends up, right? So figuring out the change in aerodynamics over the entire course of a rocket's flight, that's complicated. That's hard to do. Formula One cars are a little less difficult, but, I mean, Formula One cars they're still moving through the same atmosphere that a rocket does, so it's all the same stuff. Everything is connected. It's all the same, because it's all physics. All of it. It's all physics. So, what a Formula One car does, it combusts air and fuel, an oxidizer and a fuel, inside of a combustion chamber and uses that to achieve an effect. Like pushing a piston down, right? What does a rocket do? It combusts fuel and oxidizer in a combustion chamber to get an effect, shooting the gas out the bottom of the engine to make the whole thing move. Same thing. Literally the same thing. They're both combusting a fuel and an oxidizer. It's the same thing. Even right down to the fuel ratios. Rockets have stoichiometric ratios, but you're probably going to melt the engine if you do that. But that's another story. The Tari thread by Sam. Let's see what we got. Can I just... I'm sorry. While I've been explaining this, I've been staring at this Williams. And, jeez, that's pretty. It's all a series of tubes. It's like a big truck. Technically, pigs fly through the atmosphere. Well, move through the atmosphere would probably be a better way to do it. I don't know about you, man. I'd love to see Williams be competitive. For Frank, alleviate. For Frank. For Frank. I mean, you'll melt pistons if you run an IC. It's stoichiometric too. I mean, that really depends on the engine, though, right? So here's the Alpha launch. Let's see. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Who are these people? Fashion models? Why? Miles, hey, they're just people. Like, what? Why? It's not a reflection on what they look like. Why? Why are you there? Like, what is this ad? I'm sorry, that makes me laugh. What is this ad? What are you doing? Humans for scale. What? Because Gasly and Sonoda aren't human? Wait a minute. Oh my god. Okay. AlphaTauri is a fashion retailer? Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. All right. I get it now. I get it. That makes a lot more sense. I was really confused there for a moment. Like, who are you people? God, what's wrong with you people? Rosalina, come here, Rosalina. Oh my goodness. All right, let's see. See, there's the funnel right there. Look, there's their funnels aren't as broken up. You see that? They aren't all like messed, like looks like someone stomped on it. Oh, fashion meets function. Oh, okay, I get it. Sonoda is not to scale. You didn't notice how better looking they are than most people? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Yeah, alright. Yeah, they're all pretty good looking folks here. Yeah, okay. All right. I only work with banana for scale. Yeah, I saw it. You don't need to tell me to see last. I saw what you said and replied to it. All right, let's see what else we got. Yep, see? The same reliefs in the wing right there. Yeah, I know, Steven. The first guy on the left's like, what am I doing? What happened? I was on the street a second ago. Oh, look, they put a little guy in here. See? They don't want that air going over that damn tire. They really don't want the air going over the tire. See this little guy? Moving the air out and around. See, this is different. McLaren had a little wing-a-ling right here. I would actually call this a fence. That's what that is. That's what it's called. It's a fence. Spoiler fence. They're called wing fences on airplanes. Here, I'll show you. This is a model from a video game. But see that? That's a fence. See, the Russians, the Soviets tried to figure this out too. They had a problem with their swept wings. So they put fences over the wings to make sure that the air goes this way. They're trying to push the air over the stabs because the air was going like this off of the swept wing. NASA took this idea to the next level and just put it out here. I haven't seen a new Red Bull yet. See what I'm talking about? No, yeah. Wing fences. That's what they're called on airplanes, so I'm just going to go ahead and assume that that's a wing fence. Now take a look. AlphaTauri's brake duct right here is not designed to have air vectored into it. Their wing is a little oblong if you look at it. It's steep right here, and then it flattens out right here, and then it gets steep again. See that? See how the shape is slightly different than if we look at McLaren's here. Where's McLaren? Now let's take a look. He had that picture of McLaren's wing. Sam did. Where is it? Here we go. Look. See how their wing is much less pronounced? Look at the difference. Oh, hey now. See? AlphaTauri's wing stretches right around the H. You know why? They're using, instead of putting a fence on the wing like that to move the air into the recessed brake duct, all right? AlphaTauri is using the shape of the wing to move the air into that brake duct. But here's the thing. Look at how much further that sticks out. See how much more that sticks out than McLaren's? McLaren is using a fence to push it, to vector the air in behind the tire to the brake duct, which is right there. Now, AlphaTauri is using the wing, but AlphaTauri has a bigger intake on their brake duct. Very interesting. Which one of these is going to create more drag? I don't know. I have no idea. See the difference? No brake duct with a winglet to go into the brake duct. This one doesn't have that. There is a winglet right here, though. Now, my guess is this, or not winglet, my guess is that this fence is here to be able to take the air that comes off the nose and kind of push it right into the intakes for the ground effect. See, there's your ground effect intakes right there. Which also explains this really steep angle right here. They don't want slip. They don't want the air pushing off the side and going this way, out there. So the air bounces off the nose, bounces off this, and goes right into there. Yeah, GSF, you like that? Because of the rules, the brake cooling ducts have to be inside that wheel fairing, so the stuff sticking out is likely for something else. Let me look at a zoomed out picture of it then. What else could that be? Oh yeah, look, they got fairings on the rims now. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Only good F1 was on the Saturn rocket. Interesting. Okay. Ooh. Huh. Man, these cars look so much nicer, dude. I really like them. I really like them a lot. They look, you know, I'm not sure that... I think 2022 personally is going to be a bust, but seeing the cars makes me happy. That thing looks great. Is the brake duct how to cool the brakes? Oh yeah, brakes get really, really hot because of friction. They get very hot. In fact, they get as hot as re-entry heat. Re-entry heating, Ryan. Yeah, they get that freaking hot. You know, the funny thing is that the brake rotors on these Formula One cars are made out of the same thing that the Space Shuttle's nose cone is made out of. Yeah, carbon composite. Yeah, carbon ceramic rotors. Oh yeah, same thing because they can handle the heat. But just because you can take a lot of heat doesn't mean that it's like just totally good to go, right? It's not about absorbing heat. It's about dispersing it too. So that's why they have air going over the brakes. Seen the track images of the Williams? Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. That's just, oh, that is a pretty car, man. That looks real nice. I really like it a lot. I really, really like what's going on here. It looks real nice. Someone posted that the ducts sticking out are for wheel cooling or some weird airflow loop that will help create outwash. I guess. Ground effect error was the best error. I don't agree. Racing is going to be good this season. Yeah, cooking. I mean, it's growing on me. It's growing on me. But personally, I think the salary cap is just... People are just going to find a way to abuse that. But, yeah. I hear you. That thing... I mean, that car looks really nice in that blue. I'm not going to lie to you. That deep blue looks beautiful. It's really, really pretty. Do you think they've ever thought of directing brake thrust to create thrust via some kind of duct? Yeah, probably, Seinert. He's not an engineer. He makes a very nice espresso. Yeah, exactly, Enco. Yeah. Seinert, it is funny because, here, check this out. Adrian Newey, who's an aerospace engineer, might I add, came up with this idea for a Formula One car a little while ago. The Red Bulls were so ridiculously popular from 2010 to 2013 because Newey came up with this idea of using the engine exhaust as thrust. Now, there's a little bit of a caveat to that. He didn't use it for just straight thrust. All right? You don't just point the intakes out the back of the car like that. Okay? It's not exactly what it does. Okay? Well, that one does kind of do that, but I'll get to that in a second. What the blown diffuser does is, so we know that the diffuser on the Formula One car is designed to create a ton of low pressure, right? It creates a lot of low pressure. Formula One exhaust pipes create a lot of high pressure. There's a lot of gases coming out of that thing. The engine is revving pretty freaking high. So if you have the engine blow on the top of the diffuser turns into a freaking spoiler. Adrian Newey came up with this idea. He's one of the most legendary Formula One engineers around. He came up with this idea, the blown diffuser. And Red Bull went faster than everybody else because they had an additional wing. They could create more downforce over the rear of the car, so their car was faster than everybody else's. Newey is one of the best Formula One engineers out there. He's right up there with like Gordon Murray and who else? And right now I'm blanking on the rest of them. But yeah, they're really good engineers. It's really good. That's really smart. Using the thrust from the engine to create more downforce. Yeah, they banned it. they banned it. They couldn't figure out why that car was going so fast, and then they figured it out, and they're like, yeah, no. Braun isn't an engineer. He's a team principal, Miles. Well, actually, no. Braun is an engineer. He is. You're right. Yeah, Braun is the reason why Ferrari was so good. Sorry, it took me a second. Colin Chapman. Yep, there you go. Yeah, Lotus. Why ban it? Because the other teams complain, and that's what Formula One has come to, basically. When somebody figures out a leg up on the competition, everybody complains, and then they ban it. And they wonder why all the cars look similar. Personally, I don't. Personally, I think everybody should adapt. But there's much more subtlety to Formula One than just, oh, figure it out, dick, if you want to win races. But yeah, I mean, it's really cool. It's a really cool idea. Blown diffusers are really smart. I mean, we basically have that. We basically have blown diffusers with how big the ground effect is on these cars. Yep. I don't like the ban. No, neither do I. Sign nerd. No, neither do I. But look, some teams can spend more money than other teams. That's why they're implementing a salary cap in Formula One. You can only spend so much money on your engineers, just like in the NFL for a football team. You can only spend so much money on your players before you hit the cap. Now, with player salaries, that's really easy to understand. That's really easy to implement, right? How the hell are you going to implement a cap on engineering? That's my beef with Formula One. How the heck are you going to do that? How do you even regulate that? What, dude? What? Do you need Formula One, Ferrari's testing computers linked into a server, like a Formula One server, so they can measure how much dynamic testing you're doing? Why don't they just, why doesn't Ferrari or McLaren or Mercedes or whomever just have a freaking room in the basement doing CFD analysis on the car, and then just don't tell you about it? Like, how do you put a salary cap on engineering? I don't understand how that's going to work, but I don't know. I guess we'll see it play out. Yeah, Yarg, that was yeah, I know. It's so stupid. Like, I'm sorry. It's like, it's a hard sell for me. How the heck are you going to put a cap on your engineer? How does that work? How does that work? You can only draw so many blueprints of the car? Like, how does that even, like, what? This is why I think you've probably seen me make this joke. Like, you know, Formula One representatives are going to go into Ferrari's factory, and there's going to be a bunch of Italians manning the espresso machine that were just coincidentally on the engineering team last year, right? They're going to go in and be like, hey, who's that guy? That is Enrico. Yes, I know that he was an engineer, but now he has change of heart. He does not like a car anymore. He makes espresso now. Yes, espresso, you want some? Yes, he makes espresso. Definitely not working on car. And if you say he is, you are a racist. Espresso is good for you. It keeps you awake. You want some? His new passion is coffee. Coffee, yes. And then that is Roberto over there. Roberto he decides he wants to make a plant. All right, he wants to make a plant. He's gardener. He gives fresh vegetables for the rest of the team. Yeah, yes, I like a garden. No. He's not aerodynamic engineer. No, he decided he do not want to do that anymore. He's not. No. They are lunch engineers, yes. Si. Mm-hmm. Mi scusi. Yes, espresso, you want some? Why do Italians sound like Indians in America? They don't. That was a very nice Italian accent. You do not give me that, Andy, you are a racist. You're a racist. No, stop Italian hate. You do not understand. Somebody touch my spaghetti. And, you know, the Italians aren't the only ones that are going to do this. The Germans are going to do it too. Oh, yeah, that is Franz over there. Franz, I know he was working on aerodynamics now, but he has decided he wants to become a painter and make bratwurst all day for us. Yeah, he's now the cook. Yeah, he's the one that cooks all the food. Yeah. No, Franz, no. He brews the beer. We need to have beer and brats to make sure that we're engineering the cars correctly. That was the joke, Andy. Oh, boy. I mean, this joke works with joke works with English people. Hey, mate, Wasn't it a guy working at your tire management last year? Oh no, mate. He decided he wants to design fashion for us. Like, you see that really nice jacket that Lando's making, mate? Yeah. Yeah, he designed that. That's his. He's the one that designed it. It's pretty nice, isn't it? Are you sure? Are you sure he's not working on tire management strategies? Ah, no, mate. Yep. He wants to make clothes now. Yep. Sudden change of heart. I know, I screw up the accents on purpose, guys. Just thought I'd let you know. Why do you think AlphaTauri... Why do you think AlphaTauri had fashion models in their freaking advertisement? Yeah, Phil, alright, cool. Your German sounded more Austrian. It sounded the same to me. I'm American, remember? Why do you think they had a bunch of fashion models, man? Charlie Day, this is all connected. Are you having a giggle, mate? Oh, boy. It'll be like that scene in Monty Python. Your arm's off. No, it isn't. Well, what's that then? He's an engineer. No, he isn't. He's working on clothes, mate. Your German accent makes us all sound like a bunch of wankers. Jane, we could have looked like rock stars here. Instead, we look like a bunch of wankers. Why are there so many cooks in the paddock this year? Yeah, I mean, once again, I'm really curious. Like, jokes aside, I'm really curious as to how they're going to implement a salary cap. Like, how do you do that? How do you measure how much engineering you've done? That's strange. You do a pretty good Aussie? Oh, thanks. No, he's an espresso engineer now. No, he makes the espresso. No. He's not engineer no more. Isn't it only for the top earning people in a team? I don't know, Cool. I'd have to read more into it, dude. To be 100% honest, I'd have to read more into it. I just really like making jokes. The espresso joke is hilarious. At least I find it funny. I don't know. Maybe it's not. It excludes top earners and the drivers. Yeah, I just don't... how do you implement that? Whereas if they're not trying to negotiate how much engineering is done, but what quality of engineering, the caps could very well end up pricing out teams' existing engineers. And then what? Yeah, Buck, that's what I see happening. Yeah. I mean, a gentleman's agreement would be much better, but then again, those agreements get broken all the time. Look at Japan with the Supra. Oh yeah, this 3-liter twin-turbo 2JZ engine makes 276 horsepower. Yeah, 276. Just like this twin-turbo RB26. Oh yeah, no, it's 276 horsepower. Yeah, what RPM? Huh? What? Someone in Italy would argue you need a good engineer for a good espresso. See, Andy, you're already... See, you're natural. You're hired. You work for Scuderia Ferrari now. You work for Scuderia Ferrari, yes. See, you are the espresso engineer. Yeah, exactly, Smirk. They're gonna find ways to abuse it. Because there's no way Mercedes is gonna allow for an equal playing field. Why would they do that? Same with Ferrari. Like, why would you do that? Spaghetti noodle maker? No. You don't use a noodle maker to make spaghetti, Villanov, all right? You don't do that. You make the spaghetti by hand. If you're gonna make your own spaghetti, it's gotta be by hand. The Taliban's of God. Oh, that's good, man. That's pretty funny. You need a spaghetti mechanic. Oh, golly, those are nice. I wonder if I should show them those. All right. Anyway, yeah, I'll keep you guys up to date, up with the Formula One Aero. If I see anything crazy from these cars, I'll tell you. But also, wait, Andy, I've asked you this before, but I'll ask again. Do you break the spaghetti? If you're gonna make spaghetti, do you break it? This is important. I'm waiting. Did you break the spaghetti? Not predominant? How are you, mate? No, that is so not right. You dice your spaghetti? I don't even know if that's a joke, James. I'm unfollowing now. Okay. Thank you. Grazie. Grazie. You see, you don't break the spaghetti. If you break the spaghetti, you're just, what are you doing? Oh, you're trying to get him killed. Okay, no, I'm just wondering. This is an important question. You don't break the spaghetti. Breaking... You don't break the spaghetti. You don't break the spaghetti. What's up, Soapbox? Make shorter spaghetti? Get out of here. Get out. Get out. Now. Now. Get out. No, you just put the spaghetti in and half of it gets al dente and then you just fold the other half in. This isn't rocket science, man. Ugh. What's that smoke? What's that, Soapbox? No. 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 It's cooking science. It is a science that is pioneered from Scuderia Ferrari. They make a very fast pasta. Also, what's up with this dude on the right? Why are you taking my picture, mate? I see you with that camera over there. Why are you taking it? Don't take my picture. I don't want my picture taken. Serious, this is how I picture you. You look like that, don't you? Just... This guy's like, what? Why? Why? Why, mate? Oh, you got permit for that camera? You got permit for taking pictures of me car, mate? You actually sound more Italian than I do when I speak spaghetti language. Well, Gioni, ethnically, that's what I am. I grew up, my grandmother's bapida boopy, boopy bapa boopa, boop boop boop, like hands in the air. Oh, you should have heard my grandparents. Oh, I remember I'd go over there as a kid, right? All right, here's a measurement. All right, listen up, Italians, listen up. When I was a kid, my parents both worked, so I went over to my grandmother's house. Okay, after school. I would always walk to my grandmother's house. So walk there, and then I'd spend the afternoon there. Okay? I made sure that they dropped off the N64, so when I got there, there would be an N64. Okay? So I would play my Nintendo, and then when my mom would pick me up, I'd grab my Nintendo and we'd go home. Okay? My grandparents would be walking around. They would, just be watching TV with me. And then my grandmother would come in. You didn't do the dishes. You didn't do the dishes. My grandfather would be like, why didn't do the dishes? You didn't do the damn dishes. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Screw you. Screw you. And I'd be like, okay. Yep. Okay, I'm just going to keep playing GoldenEye. All right. And then about maybe 30 to 40 seconds later, my grandmother comes and says, okay, I did the dishes. Okay, I did the dishes. All right, fine. Cool. What's for dinner? All right. Is that Italian enough for you? Yeah, throw an accurate. You center and right, of course. Like, it was incredibly loud for about 30 seconds, and then it was back to normal. Like nothing had happened. Joni, Andy, am I right? That makes sense? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if freaking I grew up here. Can't take millions of years of evolution out of the equation there just because I grew up across the pond. You know what I mean? That's not how that works. And you don't break Nani's spaghetti. No. Don't break Nana's spaghetti. And that's what I call my grandmother. Nani and Papa. Whatever happened to the neighbors knocking on the wall? I talked to them about it, stream chat. I put down a bunch of padding here, and she said that the sound was better. So we're good. Everything's all right. Yeah, exactly. Very passionate for about 30 seconds, and then just back to normal. Which just... Yep. Dope? Who? Stream chat? Me or them? I don't know. Last. What's up, goalie? All right. So that's Formula One and Italian things. Wait, why didn't you do the dishes? Because I was playing video games. I'll let chat have this one. What, this one right here? Oh. Hey. Nice. Very nice Ford. And then there's another Ford right there. And then there's a porta potty right there. See that? It has 2 doors, though. That's very weird. Oh, what's that? Huh. I don't know. Wonder where that's going. Any news on getting a house? Streaming an apartment probably sucks. We sent off our mortgage, all the stuff for mortgage stuff. Like, I got all my pay stubs together over the weekend, Joe, and I sent that off. Now we just got to hear back from the bank. My kids are half Irish and half Italian. They get mad quick and then hold a grudge forever. Yep. Yeah, Hibbit, being from Boston, there's a lot of Irish Italians around here too. Yeah, that happens. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grew up with a lot of that. Wait, you found a house? No, you're pre-approval. I'm applying to get pre-approved for a mortgage right now. That's what I'm working on. So what does that mean? So basically, if I want to go buy a house, you need to get pre-approval. What does pre-approval mean? Pre-approval basically shows that you have the money to afford the house or you have the money to afford the mortgage. That's all. Did she used to tell you were too thin in giving you food? Every time, Andy, literally every time I went over there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, my mother is like that. My mom's like that. My mom's like that, but since my mom was born here, it's with American food, dude. Andy, think about that for a second. Think about what I have to deal with, okay? My mom's like that, but with American food, dude. I don't know how I'm not 600 pounds. I don't know how that happened. That doesn't sound bad. Oh, Geeson, the frickin' eats are legendary, man. The frickin' eats, the eats are legendary, dude. For the Super Bowl, I went over to my parents' house. Dad made Kansas City barbecue. My mom made, like, Italian mac and cheese. Holy crap, dude. I ate so freaking much. I had, like, 6 plates of it, man. I'm not even kidding. There's, like, 6 plates, dude. I went through 6 courses of mac and cheese and pulled pork. Dude, it was Kansas City style, Joe. It was lit, dude. I gotta show you. It. I think Brimo ate all of it, though, so next time. That's a proof you're Italian. You have the same childhood. Andy, it doesn't change. Just because I'm over here, just because I'm, like, 6,000 kilometers away, it doesn't change. You can't undo millions of years of, you know? So your diet's over then. I'll weigh myself. The scale's right here. Okay, 253. 253, not bad. Not good, but not bad. That's not as heavy as I was. Yeah, no. We had Kansas City barbecue, mac and cheese, baked beans. Just... Yep. Yeah, Andy. Yeah, see, I get the same thing, but it's with American food, dude. It's not good. You gotta be careful. Can I ask a question? When will we see KSP? Just asking. Leo, the answer to that question is basically when I feel like it, dude. I'm sorry. I wish I could give you a date, but it's when I feel like it, man. Yep. You're 5'7" and 120. I'm 6'4", 253. What's that in the rest of the world units? Like I think it's like 193 centimeters tall, and well, here I can get you the kilogram measurement. Give me 1 second. 253 divided by 2.2, 115 kilos. It's true, Josh. I see. Not exactly the Mediterranean diet. Nah, man. I got that American diet, dude. Steak, potatoes, meat, and then coupled with the Italian food, man. I mean, dude, I'll show you guys. I'll show you. Actually, you know what? I might have pictures of it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not one to take pictures of food and put it on the internet, but let's take a look. Let me see if I have any. I don't think I have any from this Super Bowl, but I think I have other times. My parents will not pass up an opportunity to cook food. I'm telling you, man, it's the same stuff, just a slightly different flavor. You just released your BMI to the world. Yeah, here's me giving a frick. Okay, here, take a look. So this is my dad. This was from last year. I forget what we were doing, but this was definitely during a football game or something. Like, okay, so there's my dad, right? He has the Eat, Sleep, Launch, Repeat shirt on. Look, spicy wings, regular wings, a rack of ribs, beans. What else is in here? Barbecue sauce bowl. What else do we got? We got spinach, corn, mac and cheese with broccoli on it, watermelon just because, and then chicken kebabs. Like that's a Sunday dinner, dude. Ask Remo. My parents freaking love, dude. They cook like crazy. Dude, like they love doing that. They love doing that. Oh man, yeah. Like I said, dude, Italian and American, man. It's ridiculous. I got to deal with American food, and then I also got to deal with Italian food, but mixed with American food. Dude, the fact that I'm not like 800 pounds is like just absurd. Leftovers for weeks. I had pulled pork and mac and cheese for lunch, dude. Dude, send me some. I would eat that too. Andy, it's good eating, man. It's good eating. I'm telling you, man, the Super Bowl dinner looked like that. It was nuts, man. It's nuts, dude. But the old man likes cooking. Andy, my parents love having people over and cooking for them. That's just, you know how it is, dude. Joni, you know what I'm talking about. It's that. Like, dude, it doesn't matter that we're over here in the States. You're not getting rid of that. Oh, yeah. It's fantastic. Got to exercise that demon out of your arteries, man. Yeah. Yeah, Zen said, why do you... Dude, during the week, man... During the week, I don't eat. I got to be careful. I don't eat, and I have weights. And I just try to lift every once in a while, man. Ask for Sutstrumming and you won't eat much. Helmet hair, I know what that is. I know what that is. It's disgusting. I challenge you to eat this. Capsalon? What is that? Fast food dish created in 2003 in Rotterdam consisting of French fries topped with Euro meat, covered with slices of Gouda cheese, heated in an oven until the cheese melts, and then a layer of iceberg lettuce dressed with garlic sauce. Yeah, I'd eat that. Yep, I'd eat that. Yeah, I'd eat that. Yeah, I know, Sniper. That dude. I'll take pictures. I'll take pictures next Sunday. I'll tell you. I'll show you. I'll show you what I'm dealing with, man. The fact that I'm not like is just unbelievable. How do you present your Lego Saturn V at home? In one piece, standing? It's standing vertical, Toto. It's right here. Yeah, no, when I said I had 6 plates, I meant it. I had 6 plates of pulled pork and mac and cheese. And there's still leftover food. That was just yesterday. I've had 3 more plates of it since then. Cause yeah, I like eating. You'd love Capsalon? Oh, I'm in, Altio. Let's do it. How would you rate the halftime show? I thought it was cool, Alleviate. Yeah. Anyway, we got to get back into space news, guys. I haven't even talked about Polaris yet.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
James, 30-month resub. 6 freaking plates. Your arteries are calling for help. Senshai, I'm a big person. 193 centimeters, 120 kilos, dude. I eat. That's what I do. I eat, man. I need a lot of food. Like, yeah, exactly, Joni. You sure you ate enough? You sure? Here, take some home. Here, just take. We got plenty of leftovers. Just take some home, dude. You should see. I took home like a freaking 3-course meal worth of leftovers, man.
Discovery, go at
It's
throttle.
true. Like, I'm telling you, it's freaking true. Like, dude, here. Do I have like a soda can around? I think I threw all of them away. Trying to find something that I can show you. Like, I'm not a small person, guys. I have to freaking deal with this nonsense. This nonsense all the time. Maybe a hammer? Everybody's held a hammer before. 6'2", 235. I know what you mean. Yep. Look at that. Don't ask me why I have a hammer here. I keep all my tools right there, okay? Hand's almost as big as the friggin' hammer. That's the band hammer. That's what it is. Where's the banana for scale? Oh, that's right here. I don't know why it's chroming out. You have to have the hand banana. 68300. Winter side, you got something on me, dude. You have a pencil or a pen? I have my graphing calculator. Everybody's seen a graphing calculator before. Ready? The camera, dude, I look small on the camera, I'm telling you. What's this, a calculator for ants? The coffee mug, guys, the coffee mug is huge. This is like a big cup, and that looks normal. Like, once again, I'm not trying to flex on anybody. It's not like I'm in shape or anything. Like, printed a small TI-83 clone. So you reach your size. Something like that, man. I played 7 years of football, dude. When you grow up doing that, you get fed a steady diet of meat and potatoes. Steady diet of meat and protein, just, you know? You should play Rachmaninoff on the piano. I prefer Beethoven, to be honest, if we're going to talk piano. Like this. It's a great song. Great song. Third movement. Good for you, chat. What is this called? That's Moonlight Sonata Third Movement by Beethoven. Excellent song. Now show Tina S playing the same song. My guy, dude. My guy. Nice. She's freaking awesome, dude. That sucks that she doesn't post anymore. Listen to this, guys. Ready? I can't listen to the whole thing or I'll rock out. Yeah, that's extreme. That's Nuno Betancourt, Fazilla. Yeah. Play that on the automaton? Nah, I'm good, man. Here, I'll link that up for people that haven't discovered the awesomeness that is Tina. There you go. Yeah, just remember, Paganini was a singer. Pavarotti is the composer. Right? Yeah, I've seen that video too, Hellfish. Nice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. How did Beethoven know his music was good? He went deaf, Ryan. Probably from listening to music too loud. Yeah, definitely a problem I have. Sometimes people... This never happened when I was younger. Sometimes people say things to me and I just hear... And I'm like, oh, that's good. I listened to music way too loud as a kid. Richard E.B. did a good one. I'm not familiar, Ender. Yeah. Hey, Whitney, what's going on? I appreciated your cosplay very much. That was good. That was good. I like that. Would you survive in space with your appetite? Yeah, sure, Helmet. Probably. I mean, yeah, dude, I don't have to eat all the time. Like, but, yeah, no, dude, I'm telling you, you gotta eat a lot. But yeah, I'd be fine. Dude, I eat rice, broccoli, carrots, and chicken, and steak during the week. I don't eat much during the week. I eat one meal a day. Usually during break. I'm happy that you liked it. Yeah, of course. Привет, Ilya. Huh? Что? Ilya, что это такое? Yeah, no, I ration my food. That's the reason why I'm not like 600 pounds. Bruh. What's up, 95? All right, so, dude, we got the Polaris program. I have some other space news real quick. Some interesting stuff here and there, some not interesting stuff, some good news, some bad news, some rocket launches that happened over the weekend. Here, let's start with the Russian news, speaking of that. Here, let's go here. Finally! Hey, nobody's perfect, man. Here. This is the Soyuz 21A launching the Progress 19 mission. Fuck Oh, okay, go. Yeah, I got you. So this was yesterday.
Есть выключение двигателей боковых блоков. Есть отделение боковых блоков.
Separation of the third stage confirmed. Oh.
190. Есть сброс пора головного обтекателя. Есть сброс панели хвостового отсека.
Hot staging.
Есть отделение транспортного грузового корабля «Прогресс МС-19», номер 449. Транспортный грузовой корабль «Прогресс МС-19» выведен на орбиту спутника Земли. Репортаж о запуске транспортного грузового корабля «Прогресс МС-19», номер 449, окончен.
So that was a kind of condensed replay of the Progress launch. So, yeah, the guy was just basically calling the stages. He was like, good separation of the third stage, good separation of Progress MS. Progress MS will now move supplies to the space station, etc., etc. That might not be the most engines on every current flying rocket by turbopump count, but it sure has a lot of combustion chambers. Yeah. This shot, though, with the Vernier engines, steering. Those little guys on the sides of the rocket are what's steering Soyuz. The RD-107s here are they have 4 combustion chambers, but 1 power pack. And that 1 power pack is feeding the 4 fixed combustion chambers and then the 2 vernier thrusters. And those outside vernier thrusters are what's steering the thing. That's what steers Soyuz. Can I just go back and just... No, Sea Kraken. I'll tell you what the Polaris program is in a moment. I just wanted to see... that's nice. Это не хорошо. Хорошо. Да. Давай, Soyuz, давай. Yeah, that's nice. So what month is SLS launching? March? It launches when it's ready, Ryan. So I don't really know. I don't think NASA knows either. Nice. Korolev Cross right there. That's perfect, dude. Oh, it's so good. This was cool in 1970? What are you talking about, man? It's a rocket launch. I don't care how old the design is. Bro. That's fantastic. So, you say poyehali, son. It works. Da, send it. That's poyehali's pretty much that. It's let's go in Russian. Yeah. Soyuz flights. It's been flying for a long time. So what? Ilya, my pickup truck is 60 years old. I don't care. It still works. I have another pickup truck that's 20 years old that I drove across a continent. It still works. I like old stuff. Old stuff works really well. Could SLS be pushed to late this year? No. It's going to launch sometime before the summer, Ryan. But like I said, that depends, guys. You got to stop thinking about this like certainties. SLS really depends on how much on the rollout. They got to roll it out, and they got to do a wet dress rehearsal. If everything goes right during that wet dress rehearsal, then you'll see a launch date sooner rather than later. But if they figure out something that's wrong with the vehicle, that could push the launch date. There's nothing wrong with that. This is a test flight. You want to make sure that you do it right the first time, especially with how NASA tests their rockets. It has to go right. So if you see something, if NASA sees anything that they don't like, they ain't going to launch it. And they don't really give a frick how impatient you are. Not you guys, but you get the idea. It's not old, it's vintage. Yeah. Yarg, realistically, we'll see SLS before June. Yeah, unless something like catastrophically goes wrong. Knock on wood. There is nothing but Soyuz. I like Angara and Oriol, Ilya. Angara is a nice rocket. It's very, very, very nice. Very good design, personally. I like Amur as well. I really hope that rocket sees some flight time. Uh-oh.
What?
No, I'm not sorry I got you Tide Pods.
Hi.
Hey, what's up, Amy?
Nothing.
What? Oh, new glasses. Oh, Brima wants to show her new glasses.
The more I look at them, the more they look like nerd glasses, but maybe that's just the style nowadays, so. What? What is that face for?
What face? You're a nerd, sweetheart. I'm sorry to tell you. But, they look fine.
Yeah?
Yeah, they look great.
Okay. Like, I feel like they need tape in the middle of them. That's what I'm worried about, but.
See, DexFX, you look smart. Thank you, Dex.
They look new? They raised my IQ by 10 points?
Yeah. It's like the box said 10 horsepower. See? You look great. Ilya says you look great.
Thanks, Ilya.
You say spasiba, Ilya.
Spasiba, Ilya.
Good enough. Хорошо.
Alright, that's all.
That's what I said, Ernok. They fit your face really well. They do. The other ones were like, looked like one of the characters in Summer Car. The other glasses that she tried on looked like the pig in Summer Car. Here.
They're like, yeah, no, like that's the style now. Is the glasses from the 70s that you see in old wedding photos and go, why would you wear those?
See, the other glasses look like that.
That is 1,000 bits. Thank you, version.
See?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Your mom had those?
Your mom had those.
Anyway, that's all.
All right, you look good, baby.
Thank you.
All right, I'll see you later. Fashion repeats on a 30-year rotation. Yeah, probably.
Sounds about right.
Pass, barely. Uh-oh. I don't want to know what that means. So, that was a good launch from Progress MS-19. It's on its way to the space station. So check this out. I got another bit of news here. This news is coming from Lockheed Martin. Very interesting news. They released this. What do you think this means? I see 1,000 more bits. I don't know. Maybe my eyes need to be checked. How long after the wet dress rehearsal do they have to launch? Isn't there a certain time before they have things need to be refurbished? They're working within the constraints of refurbishment, Ryan. Yeah, it's not a problem. You know why? Because if it was a problem, they'd take the rocket apart. They would have taken the rocket apart by now if it was a problem. You see more bits? I do. Yep. Yeah, I see more bits first. So, check this out. So, very interesting thing here. Read this. Lockheed Martin terminates agreement to acquire Aerojet Rocketdyne. Okay? So, Lockheed Martin was trying to buy Aerojet Rocketdyne. Aerojet Rocketdyne is the company that makes, like, shuttle engines. They make RL-10s. They would have made J-2s. They make RS-68s. They make all different types of different propulsion. Right? And what's very interesting about this is that they terminated the agreement to try and acquire them. Check that out. Who press releases this on a Sunday? Why would you do that? People want to bury it. Yeah, I guess somebody made a thing that this is violating antitrust, so they terminated the agreement. The FTC filed an injunction. Yeah, they said you can't do that. Very interesting. Very interesting. Something ain't stirring the Kool-Aid, Ace. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, forget it quickly. Interesting. SRB monopoly, basically. Yeah, they said don't do that, which is kind of cool. It's kind of nice to see antitrust laws being enforced for a change. That's pretty neat. The existence of Lockheed Martin is already arguably violating antitrust. Whoops. Federal Trade Commission, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, interesting. But yeah, they kind of released it right before the Super Bowl, so yeah. Very interesting stuff there. Okay, so I have, well, there's good news and then there's okay news. Which one do you want first? Coming down for Wallops? It's unlikely, John. The truck's buried under a mound of snow. I did go and clean it up yesterday, but it's not ready. It's not bad news. It's just okay news. All right, we'll get the okay news out of the way. So, here's the okay news. You got INS-2TD and Q? I didn't actually. Yeah, here. Take the Stang and drive it in the salt? No, yeah, hard pass on that one. So, the FAA tweeted yesterday that they are continuing their programmatic environmental assessment for the proposed SpaceX Starship Super Heavy project in Boca Chica, Texas. The new target date for issuing the final programmatic environmental assessment is now March 28th, postponed from February 28th. So, if you go in and read, the FAA cites, here's the project status update. This is the part we need to read. The FAA published the draft programmatic environmental assessment for SpaceX at Boca Chica in Cameron County, Texas, on September 17, 2021, for public review and comment. The FAA received over 19,000 comments on the draft PEA. The public comments on the draft PEA will be posted to the website shortly. The FAA intended to release the final PEA on the 28th of February 2022. The FAA now plans to release the final PEA on March 28, 2022 to account for further comment review and ongoing interagency consultations. A notice will be sent to individuals and organizations on the project distribution list when the final PEA is available. So, I swear, I'm not going to look at chat, but if people are typing, it's because they're trying to keep pace with SLF. Get out of here. No, I don't think that's what's going on, fellas. So, I know that people are going to be upset about this. It is a little annoying. I'm not going to lie to you. But here, let's see if I can offer some, at least theory as to what's going on. So, the FAA pushed it back. They said in their press release that there's 19,000 comments and most of them will be posted to their website shortly. So that tells me that the majority of those 19,000 comments they've sifted through. There are some of them, probably the ones with legit concerns, not just go launch shiny thing into space, which is probably what the vast majority of those things say. Those will probably all be posted shortly. So that tells me that they've gotten through most of the comments, and they would have gotten through most of the comments by February 28th, which was the original date. They need more interagency consultation. Now, I'll be honest with you guys. Yeah, I don't know what that means, to be honest. Interagency consultation. So, okay, let's backtrack a little bit. I think they just want it to be as bulletproof as possible in case anybody sues based on the result. Most likely infinite tape. Yeah, I have two kind of running theories here. One of the theories is basically based on impatience and emotion, which is that they're purposely stalling Starship. Which, guys, I'll be honest, that there's really not much merit in that. Even if that's what you think, there's no way you can prove that. Now, don't get me wrong, the logical answer I can't really prove either. And this is where I would appreciate a little more transparency from the FAA. What is interagency consultation? What does that mean? They're consulting other agencies. Now, here's my thing with that, okay? Yeah, they should probably go and check around and make sure that all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's most likely what they're doing. You got to remember, no one's ever made a commercial spaceport. This isn't like an airport like Mojave that they just decided was a spaceport now. We put spaceport in the name so it launches things into space, right? That's not really how that works. That's an airport that can also, that can launch planes that launch things into space, like Virgin Orbit, for instance, right? Nobody's ever done like a dedicated spaceport. This is going to launch and receive things from space commercially with a very high frequency of flight, something that's similar to an actual airport. Now, there is the Cape. That's fine.
Discovery,
and the Cape PEA is pretty much already approved. But the thing is that the Cape already had stuff in place, like the range, like you know, the environmental impact has already been done from other rockets, right? So the thing is that this has never been done before. Nobody's ever tried to make a dedicated commercial launch facility that's only solely for commercial launches. It's never been done, especially with this type of scale and frequency that SpaceX wants to launch. Even SpaceX's limited testing criteria from Boca Chica still calls for like up to 20 tests a year. That's a lot for any spaceport, even right now. Like, how often does NASA launch something? You know what I mean? Like, SLS is only going to launch once a year for a little while. That's going to change in the future. My point is that what SpaceX is trying to do with their rapid testing, that's never been accommodated before. And what my guess is what the FAA is doing, and once again, this is what makes the most sense. My guess is what the FAA is doing is writing up what it's going to take to make like an actual spaceport, not an airport like Mojave that just has spaceport in the name. That's like, oh yeah, it's a spaceport. I don't see any spacecraft around. All I see is a bunch of planes. See what I'm talking about? I think that they're taking their time to make sure that this legislation gets done correctly. Now, one thing that I'm kind of like about is, well, the whole reason why the FAA has authority here, why the FAA is the bottleneck here. I shouldn't say bottleneck. That's not the right way to say that. The reason why the FAA is the reason why SpaceX can't launch is because there was an attempt in 2018 under Space Policy Directive 3, I think it was, to basically make it so you don't deregulate. You consolidate all the different things that you need to do to make a spaceport or a launch pad or a commercial license to launch things into space under the FAA. They took all the different things that you needed to do with all the different alphabet soup agencies and put it under the FAA. The FAA is a sole jurisdiction. The idea is that the FAA is basically working, they're trying to make rockets work like airplanes to normalize commercial spaceflight and keep that industry sustainable. So I find it a little weird and frankly a little bit on the vague side that the FAA was like, oh yeah, we're taking time for interagency consultation. Well, the FAA was given the authority. You're supposed to do this by yourself. You don't need interagency consultation. That was the whole idea. But then again, the reason why they might need interagency consultation is because maybe they need to talk to some of these other agencies that were, when you consolidate things like that, maybe there's still a need to talk to other agencies about stuff, you know? I'll be honest with you guys, like that's probably the most logical solution. It's most likely what's going on. The FAA is making sure that SpaceX can basically, once the spaceport gets good and they get the PEA, which I think they will, they're making sure that no matter what somebody says, you know, hey, it passed through, it's rock solid. There's no like, oh my gosh, it's too loud. It's too loud. I wasn't told it was too loud. Meh. You know, nobody's going to NIMBY Boca Chica. Understand? That's the reason why it's taking time. I think they're just making sure that the legislation is bulletproof, just like any other FAA legislation, guys. I had a pilot tell me, one of my good buddies that's a pilot that watches the stream, I've had him on stream a couple of times. He said it like this. Look, the FAA is not your friend, but they're not your enemy either. Okay? And since we're trying to make rockets fly into space on the frequency of airplanes, it would be prudent to make sure that this stuff gets done correctly the first time. You don't want to have some kind of freak accident that hasn't been taken into account and cause like a huge environmental problem and, you know, or a noise ordinance problem, or, you know, a Starship or a Super Heavy flies off course and lands on someone's house. You don't want anything like that happening. Nothing like that. They need to figuratively leave no stone unturned. And that does take time. It takes time, guys. It takes time. You want to make sure you get this right. Don't screw around with something like this. It could screw commercial spaceflight permanently. Not a good idea. Yeah, Pop Bear, I'm with you. This stuff does take time, and like once again, I'm just as like peeved that it's, you know, I'm just as peeved that it's, you know, keeps getting delayed and delayed and delayed. We're now 3 months into 2022 on something that was that basically started in September of 2021. You know, it's going to take some time, and that sucks. And it sucks. I can't help but think that SpaceX could be launching, but also at the same time, we know the pad isn't ready. So Elon did talk about this in the Starship presentation. He said that, look, we scale off the FAA's deadline and vice versa. If the FAA is trying to be ready by the 28th, right, and SpaceX's pad is not going to be ready by the 28th of February, then what the hell is the point of the FAA trying to finish on the 28th of February? Take additional time to make sure that it's right, which is what I think is going on. They scale off of each other. Like I said, you want a source for that? Elon said it himself at the Starship presentation last week. So, guys, I don't think there's any funny business going on here. Really, I don't. I think they're taking the time to make sure that this legislation is bulletproof and that SpaceX can operate with pretty much impunity just like an airline can. I agree with you on this, EJ. Also, something official and legal being delayed by only a few months is like the smallest delay I've ever seen. Yeah. And, guys, I'm not going to lie. It's annoying. It's really annoying. I want to see this thing fly. I'm itching for it. Probably more than most of you guys are. I want to see that thing go. It's going to be magical when it does. But a couple of months added to the timeline is not a lot to pay, considering this could literally change the way we think about flying into space. I'll wait a month. I'm patient. It's fine. Pretty much, Hando. That's basically what he said. Oh boy.
Base here. The Eagle has
Government
landed.
employee fundings were rough recently. Likely many empty seats throughout the entire process. Yeah, that's also possible, Beffas. Yeah. But if SpaceX isn't done with the pad, it doesn't matter. You know? All right, what's this? Bready Mercury. Is this real loaf? Easy come, easy dough. Put a bun against his bread. Nothing really batters. Okay. So, guys, that's all I really have to say about it. Honestly, people getting all pissed off, like, oh, it's going to take time. Yeah, I don't know. You might be right. You could be. I mean, it's no secret that, you know, they basically turned a blind eye to the PEA from like 2018 to 2020. Like, SpaceX even, they did misunderstand the PEA and they launched SN8, and they figured out later that SN8 was in violation of the PEA. They didn't do it on purpose, you know? It's no secret that we had a lot of hopping and now we don't have a lot of hopping, right? Like, but causation doesn't equal correlation, guys. There's no way in hell that you can prove that. And even if that's what you might think, even if that's what your gut is telling you, you got to prove it. Give me some kind of source, you know? Like, it's much easier to think that than it is to actually think about and kind of calculate what the heck is going on here. I don't think it's something as stupid as they're delaying it on purpose to keep pace with SLS. I really don't think that's what's going on. I could see how someone could see that, but I really honestly and truly don't think that's what's happening. But once again, I could be wrong. I'm not gonna lie. The delaying SLS thing seems a lot more predicated on my impatience and emotion to see this thing launch. And there's no room for that with spaceflight. There's no room for that with engineering. So I honestly, even though that's what I kind of want, you have to discard that. You have to remove that from the equation. From what I hear, the streamlining is only for launch and re-entry licenses only. Oh, great. Like I said, guys, Rome wasn't built in a day. Starship could change the game, man. It could change how we think about flying into space. It could make flying into space as easy as... It could make flying into space as easy as getting on a plane, flying across the pond. It has the potential to do that. I'll dude, I'll hold out for that. Sure, absolutely. Any day of the week. Oh, yeah. I think higher-ups at both SpaceX, NASA, and elsewhere don't even give a crap which flights first. They just want to be able to work. They want them to work properly when possible. Floating, it's not even that. I mean, yeah, you're right. Guys, the people in the industry, the aerospace engineers that work for SpaceX, Blue Origin, NASA, they all like each other. They all work together. They don't really care what company you work for. This interfactional divisiveness of that Team Space kind of has, which is really stupid to be honest, is made entirely on the internet by people who have no idea what they're talking about. The reality of the situation is it doesn't matter if you're a propulsion engineer for Northrop Grumman, or you're working on SpaceX's Raptor program, or you're working on SLS's core stage. Everybody in the industry gets along. There's no, oh, I work for SpaceX, I'm better than you. That crap doesn't happen. I'm sorry. Like, as much as, people want to believe that that's what's going on, because everything needs to be about us versus them nowadays. And it's funny because, history will look back on those people on folks that think everything is a binary situation, right? It's us versus them, and, we'll look on it and pretty much laugh. Because that doesn't exist, at least in the aerospace industry. It doesn't. It doesn't. You can ask anyone that works in the industry, man. Anyone. They'll all say the same thing. Doesn't matter if they work for SpaceX, Blue, Boeing, Lockheed, Northrop. They all say the same thing. Believe me, I've asked. They said that that's all from the internet and it's all hype beasts on the internet. Every single one. Doesn't matter what company. So, long story short, keep it cool. It'll fly. Starship will go this year. Even Elon has said it's very likely to go this year. And he also said, and this is the more important thing from the Starship update, he said that it's pretty likely that they'll pass. Guys, I looked at the PEA. I read most of the thing. Keep in mind that was like 4 or 5 months ago. That was back in September. I read most of it. Most of it seemed pretty right. If anything, I'm going to go ahead and guess that they were overestimating. And that's a good thing. You overestimate. That's the smart thing to do. I know NASA needs to get things right on the first try, but why does testing take so much longer than the way SpaceX does things? Ryan, why do you keep asking questions that you answer literally in the statement? Why does NASA take so much longer than SpaceX to test things? Because NASA needs to get it right on the first try. You do not know how difficult that is. Dude, you don't know how difficult that is. You ever taken a pop quiz, dude? Did you get it right on the first try? Hell no. No way. Takes a lot of time and a lot of practice, man. If you take a test, right? If you take a final exam and you don't get a good grade, if you took it again, would you get a better grade? NASA has to get it right on the first try. SpaceX can afford to fail. NASA really can't. Their testing regime doesn't allow for that type of thing. In fact, failure in your test, failure for, like if Artemis 1 has a problem, and don't get me wrong, it will. It'll have a problem somewhere. Nothing is ever going to go 100% right. Nothing ever does in spaceflight. Sorry. It's too much contingency. It's just, that's not how that works. You got to prepare for that contingency and be prepared when it happens. Chance favors the prepared. It's one of the kind of guiding rules of spaceflight. We don't have to worry about our spacecraft having problems during reentry if our heat shield is rated for a reentry coming back from the moon. But even then, that doesn't mean you're fully safe from going through reentry. That doesn't mean that nothing is going to happen. Understand? All right. NASA will have some problems with Artemis 1 somewhere. It's never going to go 100% right. But hopefully those unknown unknowns are well mitigatable. Like even Apollo 13, that was mitigatable. They figured it out and they got Jim, Frank, and Bill Anders home. They got Jim, Frank, and Bill home. It's a mitigatable problem. Long story short, stuff takes time, dude. It's complicated. You don't, Ryan, I don't mean to be mean. I'm not trying to be condescending because not even I realize how complicated this stuff is. I got a taste from doing Launchpad stuff in Kerbal. If Kerbal is if KSP is measured, if one KSP is measured in order of difficulty, spaceflight is 1,000,000 times more difficult. 1,000,000. So, like, playing Human Space Program is 1 million times more difficult than playing KSP. I got a taste with doing Launchpad stuff because I tried to take KSP to the next level. Even that, it's like maybe 2 or 3 factors of difficulty doing what I do with reusable parts. It's 1 million times more difficult in real life. Like, those are factors that I say that to people, they just don't understand. It's complicated, man. So, that's the FAA stuff. Here's the good news. So we've noticed that Jared Isaacman and his pilots that operate their OP4 squadron or opposing force squadron. So basically, Jared Isaacman, who is the commander of the Inspiration 4 mission, he bought a Dragon space flight with Haley Arsenault, Cyan Proctor, and Chris Simbrowski, right? And they flew into space. Jared Isaacman, what he does, this is what his company does. He flies fighter jets around and uses them as opposing force fighter jets for air forces to train against. Yeah, OP4. It's called OP4 Tech, or not OP4 Tech. It's called opposing force. So they're aggressor squadrons that basically mimic the enemy's movements. That's what his company does on the side. That's his side hustle. Like, well, you know what my side hustle is, Rook? My side hustle is shoveling snow, and my neighbors pay me to shovel snow. So there, okay? Boom. Roasted. No, that's what he does. And we've seen those aggressor squadron alpha jets flying around Boca Chica a lot, doing low passes over Starship. Like, some of the stuff, man, by some of the flights by Kid have been a little bit crazy, man. You see here, I'll show you guys. Some of these passes is like, wait, what are you doing? Here, this is from Kid Poteet's Twitter. Look at these shots. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. So these are from Nick and Sweeney right there. There's them flying around Boca Chica. No big deal. Right? There's these guys doing their thing. Literally, that's what Rook's side company is, being an aggressor squadron for air forces to train against. Yeah, that's pretty freaking cool, actually. Yeah. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, here you go. Ready? Yeah, they're doing passes over Boca Chica, whatever. So we couldn't really figure out why. Why are you flying around here? Why are you doing all these passes? Like, what's going on here? Over the weekend, or not over the weekend, yesterday, they said why. Enter the Polaris program. This is nuts. The Polaris program. Well, long story short, Rook and his aggressor pilot squadron buddies, the guy that worked for him at his company, they bought 3 more missions with SpaceX. 3 more. The first mission, here, I'll read it to you guys. This is nuts. This is the good news, man. You guys are going to love this. This is awesome, right? So they're going with a polar orbit. Well, maybe. What's up, OSnap? How you doing? The Polaris program is a first-of-its-kind effort to rapidly advance human spaceflight capabilities while continuing to raise funds and awareness for important causes here on Earth. Polaris, a constellation of 3 stars, more commonly known as the North Star, has been a guiding light throughout human history to help navigate the world around us and the sky above. The Polaris program seeks to demonstrate important operational capabilities that will serve as the building blocks to help further human space exploration to the moon, Mars, and beyond. Listen to this. This is the good news. The missions. The program consists of up to, meaning there could be more, 3 human spaceflight missions that will demonstrate new technologies, conduct extensive research, and ultimately culminate in the first flight of SpaceX's Starship with humans on board. Mission 1, Polaris Dawn. SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket will launch the Polaris Dawn mission from Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Dragon and the Polaris Dawn crew will spend up to 5 days in orbit, flying higher than any Dragon mission to date, and endeavoring to reach the highest low Earth orbit ever flown by humans. The crew of Polaris Dawn will conduct a spacewalk, supporting scientific research designed to advance both human health on Earth and our understanding of human health during future long-duration space flights, and be the first to test Starlink laser-based communications in space. The crew of Polaris Dawn will conduct a spacewalk with a Dragon capsule. Dex, resub becoming because of that face reaction? It's pretty good, man. Testing Starlink in space. Oh my goodness. That is insane. So, let's go to the next mission and then we'll read more into this, okay? Mission 2. Building upon Polaris Dawn, this mission will continue to expand the boundaries of future human spaceflight missions in space communications and scientific research. So that's basically they're going to do it again. And then Mission 3. This will be the first human spaceflight on Starship and the world's first fully reusable transportation system designed to carry both crew and cargo to Earth orbit, the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Pretty much, John, yeah. And of course, partnering with St. Jude to provide healthcare in places that need it the most. So, we got our first crewed flight test for Starship on the books. We just don't know when. This sounds like the Gemini missions preparing for Apollo. Bandit, I've been saying this for a long time. Falcon 9 and Dragon are just the beginning. That's SpaceX's Gemini program. Starship is the Apollo program. Falcon 1 was their Mercury program. The parallels are there. They are there. And now, don't get me wrong, SpaceX doesn't have Apollo's budget, right? But they're getting there. So the timeline is the same. It's just a little bit stretched over a 20-year period. What Apollo did in 15, SpaceX is probably going to take 25. But then again, they don't have a blank check from Uncle Sam, do they? This is the Polaris program, man. This is big news. We have a commitment to human spaceflight on Starship, EVAing from Dragon, and high orbit flights around Earth, which is unreal. Unreal. Is Starship supposed to be a jack-of-all-trades vehicle? Taco, think a 747, but for space. How do they EVA on Dragon? I don't know. But I don't think that's the right question to ask, Cooking Fat, to be 100% honest with you. I don't think that's the right question to ask. The right question to ask is, what are you going outside with? This means that SpaceX is developing an EVA suit. That's not the right question. A Dragon airlock, just depress the system. No problem, Gemini style. Just literally depress the capsule with your spacesuits on, and then open the door. The real question is, what are you going outside with? EVA suits and flight suits are very different. Namely, the biggest difference between an EVA and a flight suit is that EVA suits have life support systems on them. Flight suits have basically a hose that you plug into the spacecraft. The life support system is on the spacecraft. So, are we going to pull an Ed White or an Alexei Leonov and just basically yeet yourself out the craft and just float around in space with like a compressed can of air? Because that's what Ed White did. Just went out in his freaking spacesuit. He's literally got a can of compressed air for his RCS. That was the first American EVA. Alexei Leonov did the same thing. The only difference is that the Voskhod capsule had an inflatable airlock. With the Gemini capsule, they just opened the doors. They depressed the capsule and opened the doors. No, I didn't, Lenark. I haven't watched it. Yep. Yeah, Ed White. Yeah. Yep. How long do you think it will take SpaceX to design and certify the suit? I don't know. In before inflatable vestibule. Oh snap, it's no secret that SpaceX's front docking port is modular. The whole front mechanism for Dragon was designed to be interchangeable. You know how we know? Inspiration 4. You see how quickly they made a plexiglass viewing port? And how quickly they were able to just put it right on Dragon instead of a docking port? That Dragon that the Inspiration 4 crew flew around in docked to the ISS. So it's very clear that the modular assembly for Dragon up front is designed for other things. You could put an inflatable airlock in there. In fact, if the mission doesn't have any docking ports on it, why not? Inspiration 4 did the same thing. That tells me that that whole assembly in the front of the Dragon capsule is modular. You can take it apart, and you can put different things on it, just like on Inspiration 4. When do you think this crewed mission of Starship will launch? Don't know. When do I think? Next year. Highly hypothetical, but all this talk of what's coming soon, what do you think comes after Starship? I don't know, Jack. I've had my theories, but yeah, it'll take too long to explain. They say on the website that they will EVA with a SpaceX-designed EVA spacesuit. Yeah, I know, RC. That's the question. Yeah, not how they're going to get out of the spacecraft. That's not what I'm wondering. I'm wondering, what does this EVA suit look like? They said in interviews that there's no airlock, so they're going to depress the capsule. Besides Hubble, what other missions could this lead to? What is the capsule but a giant airlock? They'll probably use it for some R&D on figuring out how to depress a certain part of a spacecraft to be able to get people out. Like on Starship, for instance. Yeah? You think it will take 1 year to human rate Starship? I can't predict the future, Ryan. Why are you acting like I can? I don't know. I don't know. It depends, man. Nothing is certain with this. And that's, I appreciate your questions, but that's something that you have to understand. Nothing is certain. There might be a speed bump in the road somewhere that we don't see. There certainly was with the space shuttle. There certainly was with the Apollo capsule. You got to be careful. That's why this stuff takes time, because you do not want that to happen. Why do they leave the capsule if they open door they technically in space? Yeah, was that a sentence, Goalie? Are you asking me a question? I don't know what that means. So, Ryan, I don't know. My guess would be 2023, but it really depends. Like, it depends on how long that PEA takes, man. There's a lot of contingencies here. Basically, contingencies when it comes to history is like variables. The internet is a series of tubes. No, there's a lot of different variables that have to go right to get that outcome. And there's a lot of variables that could go wrong where you don't get that outcome. Understand? So a lot of things have to go right. But I think that SpaceX I think that they could get it right. Probably by next year, by the end of next year, something like that. My guess is 2025. Yeah, maybe. Can Dragon be put in a polar orbit from KSC? I don't know, John. I don't think so. I think it might be too heavy. But then again, they did a Starlink mission, so maybe. Who knows? Last. What's up, man? So, pretty cool. And SpaceX employees are going to fly with him, including Capcom Anna Menon. Yep. Yeah, she's gonna fly into space before her husband. Who would have predicted that? I didn't have that on my 2022 bingo card, that's for sure. So Flying with Rook, our Scott Poteet, or Kid, is his call sign. That's the co-pilot, and then there's 2 SpaceX engineers. One of them's husband is an astronaut that was in NASA's new astronaut class. She's gonna fly before him. Here. So her husband is this guy, Anil Menon. This dude, he's a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force, and he's part of NASA's Group 23, the new astronaut class, which is really funny. Guy became an astronaut, and his wife works at SpaceX, and she's gonna fly before him, which is that's pretty dope. That's pretty cool. Talk about a power couple family, right? Yeah, that kid going into high school, when your parents come to work day. Well, I'm a stockbroker. What about you? I'm an astronaut. Oh yeah, what's your wife do? Astronaut. What? What are your thoughts on the retirement of the ISS in 2031? It's old. It's old, man. No mechanical equipment lasts forever. It gets more and more expensive to maintain it over time. Think about how expensive it would be to daily drive around a Model T right now. Like they made 15 million of those things. Imagine how difficult that would be to daily drive that to work. Did I miss the launch date? No, there's no launch date just yet. How long has Starship been in development? Early as 2016. Big Starship with how we know of it. So like Starship before it was VFR really came about in 2018. The stainless steel, this thing, the grain silo came around in 2018. I would say 2018 is the benchmark. But I thought EJ liked old things. I mean, honestly, my thoughts on the ISS, I think this thing should go and get it and bring it back down, to be honest with you. There you go. It'd be pretty cool to do some research on capsules that have been up there for a long duration time in space. That'd be pretty good science to gather, and that would be really easy if Starship does what we think it's going to do. Last week in November 2018, deliciously counterintuitive. Yep. I would say, yeah, the end of 2018, Camry would probably be the right one. In its current iteration, yeah. I mean, but, yeah, it goes back as early as 2015, 2016, with Raptor at least. I think Jared's helping getting SpaceX to get their training program going, and he'll eventually run a company training average Joes how to go into space. I think that's the end goal there, Smirks. Yep. What Rook is doing is legendary, dude. Yeah, it's pretty freaking awesome. I'm pretty pumped for him. That's really freaking cool. Do you think SpaceX could make an MMU? Sure. So we were wondering why the Inspiration 4 guys and Rook was flying around Starbase. Well, now we know. So further to that college fund you have? Wait, what? Yeah, right. Has any private astronaut gone to space twice? I don't think so. Maybe. Dennis Tito, yeah, that's the only one that I can think of. I'm not sure if Richard Garriott flew twice. I forget. I think he only flew once. Tito flew a couple of times. Game Coder, you're right. I'm going to turn on the fans, guys. It's getting warm in here. All this constant exposure to spaceflight is making me thirsty. Has a human ever flown in a polar orbit? Not officially. We don't know, maybe. Not on the books, no. They were supposed to during the shuttle program, but that never happened. Given the FAA delay, I bet there's no Starship Super Heavy launch this year. I mean, Hellfish, I can see how you would think that, but I mean, Elon literally said that 6 to 8 months worst case scenario. So, I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick, but I believe him over you. Like, so SpaceX has gone from design to launch in about 5 years. Yeah, pretty standard for a spaceflight program, believe it or not. You know, an MMU that used peroxide as the RCS propellant would have a lot more delta V than a cold gas thruster-based MMU would, while still not incurring the level of hazards that a hydrazine-based MMU would. Synerd, you know, they wrote the MMU off as being too dangerous. I disagree. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's too dangerous, but an MMU could have saved Columbia. Like, I'm just gonna put that out there. Like, now, don't get me wrong. The people that know about STS-107 and how that transpired know it's a little more complicated than that. It always is. But it could have. It would have been nice to have that tech. But then again, Columbia wasn't designed to do any EVAs to begin with. Even if they did have MMUs, they wouldn't have launched with one. But then again, if they did have MMUs, probably would be a good way to safeguard against debris strikes on the thermal protection system, because with an MMU, you could do an untethered EVA. You can get anywhere you want on the space shuttle. If you're doing a tethered EVA, you can only stay around the payload bay in the space shuttle. So, and once again, the other thing to really understand is that it's super easy to say that in hindsight. But also, having more capability and more dexterity in space is better than having less. I agree with you. An MMU and the camera boom extension for the RMS. The orbiter boom sensor sweeper Synerd came about because of STS-107. What is a manned maneuvering unit? You've seen a manned maneuvering unit. You've seen this picture. It's a space jetpack. NASA tested it in the 80s. You've seen this picture. Everyone that likes space has seen this picture before. That's a picture of Bruce McCandless Jr. doing the first untethered space flight ever. He's not roped to the space shuttle. He's flying around with that jetpack on his back. Why and how is the MMU dangerous? What happens when you run out of fuel? Well, at least NASA saw it was dangerous. I personally am not. I don't know. I definitely could see. I could see how that would be a problem if you want to be safe. The actual shows out where the MMU is that's not much utility for the size and weight. Well, if you're doing on-orbit satellite servicing missions, Thrawn, I would disagree. But yeah. I mean, the infrequency of flight with the shuttle program basically made the MMU useless. I agree with you on that, yeah. No fuel, do it Mark Watney style. Oh, yeah. The shuttle comes and gets you, is what happens. Yeah, Thrawn, mm-hmm. I guess. I mean, there was a lot of good ideas post-Challenger that NASA did write off because it was too dangerous. Like Shuttle Centaur, which would have made the shuttle literally into one of the greatest freaking launch vehicles ever, but whatever. You know Centaur, Atlas V's upper stage? Yeah, they were going to put one of those inside of the shuttle stage, and that could have been used to make a lunar tug to go back and forth. So the shuttle could launch that Centaur, right? Launch it out to the moon, right? And it could have been, you know, if you found a way to manage the boil off, which is doable, Centaur could have come back, circularized around Earth. You probably would have had to refuel at the moon, but that's doable if you drilled the ice caps, right? Could have recircularized around the moon. Shuttle could have grabbed the Centaur with the crew transportation vehicle back in the payload bay, come back down. Yeah, that's what the original space shuttle program was supposed to do, but they said build the rocket and we'll figure out its mission later. Which is... yeah. Check out First Lunar Outpost and Early Lunar Access. Super interesting architectures from the SEI days. SEI, Pigzig? What's SEI? The flex is real nice, Goalie. Was there a fuel gauge on the thing so they could see how much fuel they had left? Yeah, of course. When was Falcon Heavy used last? STP-2 in 2019? There's another Falcon Heavy sitting at the Cape right now, Taco. It's the USSF-44 or just SF-44. That was ready to go last year. The payload is taking a long time to make. What's the payload? No idea. Don't know. SF-44, that's the payload. What does it do? It does SF-44 things. Understandable. Have a nice day. Yeah, SF-44 things, guys. You don't know what that is? You call yourself space fans. Hype for Polaris? Indeed, Devlin. Devlin, I personally think a little bit of a missed opportunity. I personally think it was a little bit of a missed opportunity not doing that at the Starship presentation. They should have had Rook, like, land a helicopter or something, like, next to Starship. Come out and be like, oh, yeah, I'm flying the first Starship mission. Was the Shuttle Centaur actually dangerous? They were worried about hydrogen pooling inside of the payload bay. Because Centaur did boil off. So if hydrogen pooled inside of the payload bay and it found a source of ignition, that's the end of that. You Hindenburg a space shuttle. But also, there's this thing. There's this thing that the shuttle rides next to when it goes up into space that has a lot more hydrogen in it. I mean, I'm just putting that out there. But then again, having hydrogen inside of your payload bay and then having it riding next to the shuttle in a giant external tank are two different things. Yeah, but like you said, the update was for Rule 8, not us. I don't think I've ever said that, John. What are you referring to? I don't think that's what's going on, Buck, but there's clearly people that disagree, and that's fine. I'm not trying to change your minds. Like, I'm not trying to change people's minds. I'm just telling people what's going on. People are interested in what I think, so I say. If people aren't interested in what I think, I shut up. Like, hey, it is what it is, man. You're not going to change everybody's mind, and I'm not trying to. I just present facts, I guess. I mean, there is some conjecture on my part with both arguments, but I don't know, dude. Like frick me, right? It's not like I read about this stuff every day for ungodly periods of time. You know, like, what is my analysis worth? Plus, that update was more of a, hey, this is the progress, not, hey, this is the new missions. Yeah, for sure, Devlin. I mean, Elon said, you know, we'll wait for other parties to say when they're ready. Yeah, Nikita, yeah. Where's your interview with Jared? I don't know. I don't know, mate. Never reached out. Wasn't aware that we could do that. You know, that gave me an idea. It involves cryogenic propellant in a microgravity environment, but if you stretch the external tank a tiny bit, you'd be able to ship Centaur G to orbit empty and then fill it when you open the payload bay. No more hydrogen pooling. It's a little more complicated. I mean, that would mean the shuttle would have to take the ET into space. How does it get it back down? I mean, I suppose you could use the ohms for that, but the delta V would be... that would be cutting it close with the ohms pods. Moving around that ET, man, that would be... gotta be careful. Let it burn up. How are you going to let it burn up when you go to orbit with it? You'd have to go to a stable orbit. Fueling's going to take some time. TBD when you get that press job at NASA. Yeah, they closed it up. I haven't heard anything, so it is what it is. Guys, I noticed that job opening for that public affairs thing was only for 2 days. And I'll be honest with you. When they post something for 2 days like that, you know what that means? They have to post it to give everybody a fair shot, but when they do it for 2 days, that means they have somebody already. Exactly. A lot of you guys know. Yep. Yep. So, I mean, yeah, I threw it their way. We'll see what happens, but I haven't heard nothing. I'll follow up. We'll see what happens. Who knows? Like, I bet you there's plenty of people out there that are more qualified than me with this. But it is what it is, dude. DOS inbound. There you go. Good example. I like doing my own thing too, by the way, you know. Like, I don't like not being able to be candid with people about things, because I need to be candid because I don't get it any other way. What a crazy game the other day. It's a pretty good Super Bowl. Wasn't bad. I don't like that flags influence the game when they weren't influencing the game before. Like, there was a lot of no calls, and then all of a sudden, you know, the officiating basically changed the rules on how they call penalties, like in the final quarter of the game, which is a little bit annoying, but it is what it is. You live and die by the sword. Helmet grab? Yeah, hired. The only thing that you can really be... See, that's the thing. Yeah, you know, you see that as a continuity thing with football, with American football. See it as a continuity thing. Sometimes things that are penalties aren't penalties some other time. So the only thing that you can consistently rely on is that the reffing crews are inconsistent. So that's what I mean about living and dying by the sword. Look, you have to, knowing what you know about football, you have to go into a game knowing that you're going to get screwed by a penalty at some point. Any Lions fans know exactly what I'm talking about. You have to take that into account. That they could call you, they could screw you on a call. It's part of the game. Stupid as it is. Like baseball umpires. Yeah, look what happened to the Red Sox. We freaking fell apart after that. Are you mad about the outcome? Nah, either team could have won and I would have been happy, Zysem. I'm happy Matt Stafford got a ring. That's right, Liquidator. Yep. So, I mean, you had to take that into account at some point. It's very fluid because humans are in the loop for regulation, so it's always going to be fluid, just like Formula One. The blown diffuser from Red Bull 10 years ago. I don't like saying it that way. The dual axis steering from Mercedes. All this could have been construed as cheating, but it's just different interpretation of the rules. That's just how it works. You don't like it, don't watch the game. Yeah, Yarg, I just wanted to watch a good football game. And for the most part, saw a good football game. Kupp got MVP. Yeah, true. Yeah, Cooper Kupp's insane. Dude, he's so good. Oh, man. What a great player. Unbelievable. Doesn't matter who won this year. What matters is my Lions are taking it all next season. AJ, I'll tell you what. Man. The problem with the Lions ain't the talent. And the problem with the Lions ain't the coach either.
Go and throttle up.
I think Stafford conclusively proved this. It ain't the talent, man. It ain't the talent, bro. There's someone somewhere in that organization that's not a player or a coach that is really messing things up, and that's why the Lions lose all the time. Because it wasn't the quarterback. It wasn't the quarterback, that's for sure. Quarterback just won a Super Bowl in his first season with another team. Coop catches the ball like a dog catching a frisbee. It's true, man. Guy's got glue on his hands. I went to make food and we're still talking about football. Yeah, we've been talking about football this entire time. You're right. Clean the Chevy out of your ears, Spoon, and pay attention next time. God. Yeah, Cincinnati has no offensive line. Burrow can't do it by himself, guys. All I gotta say is I hope we get a better quarterback than Goff. Oh, gosh. Something like that, Yard. Kind of snack did you have for the game? Pulled pork, mac and cheese. Kansas City barbecue style pulled pork. And beans. And what else was there? Broccoli. Yeah. We talked about it a little earlier in Space News already, Goodyear, believe it or not. Golly, wrecked. Gotta hate us if Red, but American football beats our football. And I don't mind soccer or your football or whatever the hell you want to call it. I don't mind it. Soccer is its own sport with its own set of subtleties. I don't hate. I just didn't grow up with it. That's the thing. I grew up with baseball, football, and hockey. I'm sorry, hockey. Hockey, oh yeah, you gotta grow up with their hockey. All the Canadians just went, huh? Hockey? Where? Yeah. I don't mind soccer. Yeah. It has its own set of subtleties to it. What I really don't like about soccer is that how flopping is part of the game. How pretending that you got hurt from the other guy when he like flicks your ear and stuff. And now I get it. That doesn't happen all the time. Like, yeah, that type of flopping stuff ruins the sport. It honestly ruined basketball too. Basketball is literally unwatchable. I can't watch it anymore. It's terrible. You know, some guy gets boxed out and he falls and they call offensive interference. It's just like, okay, they call foul in basketball. It's like, oh, all right, sure. And then, you know, the guy takes it to the house, right? And he takes like 5 steps. He stops dribbling at the top of the key. Starts dribbling at the top of the key, takes like 5 steps and dunks the ball, and they don't call traveling. And I'm just like, oh, that's good. I think, well, Yarg, I think they should do what's in hockey. Honestly, they should do what's in hockey. You get caught flopping in hockey, you get thrown out of the game. Seriously. The ref will be like, nope, bye-bye, you leave. Get out of here. You're going to act like that? Get the hell off the ice. I like that. Yeah, Jack, you got football hooligans, man. We have those too. Look, they're plastered, man. They're plastered. Why are you listening to what drunk people say, dude? They're crazy. We get crazy fans like that over here too. They're drunk off their tail. Don't listen to them. You know? Like, called Bills fans. Bills fans are nuts, dude. They like jump and wreck tables and throw beer at people. Philly boos their own teams. People from Philly are savage. They boo their own team when they play bad and throw beer at them. They're just drunk. Just, like, don't get me wrong. That doesn't make what they said okay. I'm not trying to defend that crap, but you got to remember that somebody that's plastered off their tail. But I understand that, you know, the stuff that they say is not... Some of the stuff that gets thrown around is pretty bad. Philadelphia booed Santa Claus. Dude, it's true. No, I said 8 o'clock for Tarkov drummer. So, Signer, yeah. Any Starship vids? Oh yeah, that's what we're getting to next. So, the Polaris program has awesome potential. I'm really proud of Rook, like, for what it's worth. I mean, my being proud of him really doesn't matter. Like, but yeah, that's really cool. He's done some really awesome stuff. All right, drummer, see ya. I still don't understand how NASA takes almost triple the amount of time to design and build a rocket than SpaceX does, even with the way they test. Ryan, I've explained it to you like 4 times now. I would advise going back in the VOD and checking that out. Like, there. Like, I've explained it to you 4 times in 4 different ways. Like, what else do you want me to say? Ryan, I'll be honest. You got to tell me. Are you trying to get me to say something like, well, NASA just goes slow and SpaceX is faster, therefore they're better? Because if you're looking for that kind of answer, you're not going to get it here. I'll be honest with you. NASA goes slow because they implement a waterfall style of testing, which means you have to get everything right on the first try. How do you get everything right on the first try if you haven't tested anything? Well, a lot of ground testing is the way to go. SpaceX tests in the air, and they can be seen visually publicly failing. That's fine. That's how you test. That's how they did it in the early days of the space program. Put it out on the pad, and whatever happens, happens. Learn from the experience. They started doing that, and they figured out that waterfall testing really is the way you don't end up with 1,000 broken rockets sitting on the pad. So NASA does it the old school way. They do all-up testing. Basically, put the whole thing together, test as much as you can on the ground, and launch it and get it right the first time. They did that on STS-1. Now, that way does take a lot longer, because if you're doing everything on the ground, well, you're doing everything on the ground. That's a lot of other tests. Like, how are you going to do that? You need computer simulations. You need wind tunnel testing. You need a bunch of stuff. So NASA puts very high fidelity into their wind tunnel testing. They do a lot. They test a lot in the wind tunnels. They test a lot in the wind tunnels. They test a lot with dynamic ground testing stands at Marshall. They do a lot of engine fires. We saw one the other day. They test everything they can to the fullest and then launch the vehicle. And you got to understand, the way NASA tests is that you fail with the testing. The ground testing. You're pushing it to a known failure point, and then you're trying to predict the outcome of when, like, say, a tank will explode by overpressurizing it. That's how they do their testing. It's not frick around and find out. That's what SpaceX does, and that's a perfectly okay way to do it. But if you overpressurize a tank on a test stand, what NASA does is, if they do that. Now, SpaceX does that, and they just push it to failure, and they see where it fails. What NASA does is predict where it's going to fail before it actually does, and then they see how far they were off with their predictions. It's just a different way of testing. Do the math out, predict when it's going to fail, push it to failure, and see if your math checks out. That's how NASA does things. SpaceX is, well, we built this tank, let's put it out there. Let's test it and see where it fails. And whatever it fails, well, we know what the maximum failure point is. Those are 2 very different ways to test things. Like, very different ways of testing things. So, you got to take into account that the way NASA tests doing all that waterfall testing on the ground and then implementing one all-up test flight to make sure and getting everything right on the first time. That's going to take longer. That's going to take a lot longer than rapid iterative testing, which is what SpaceX does. It's going to take way longer than that. Like, I don't know how I can say this any clearer. But at what point do you stop testing and pull the trigger because you can test indefinitely? No, you're missing the point. Nope, that's not. Oh my God. No, NASA doesn't just indefinitely test. You think, oh God, you guys are insufferable for fuck's sake. It's not. I get it. When is enough testing enough? You guys are implying that NASA just sits there and tests rockets all day for a jobs program, right? Yeah, that's not how that works at all. That's demonstrating a fundamental misunderstanding to not only how NASA does testing, but a fundamental misunderstanding of their systems engineering criteria, how the missions are set up, how the entire architecture for the development cycle, critical design review, implementation, testing, operations, and closeout is done. You really don't understand how it all works. And maybe I'll have to go in and teach it. NASA doesn't do testing like that. They do testing to find the limits of what their design can do. But the test is merely just a qualification to make sure that their math checks out. They know if they do out the math and predict that an SLS hydrogen tank at 260% of rated pressure is going to fail after 3.5 hours, and then they put it on the test stand and it actually does that, that shows the math is conclusive. That means you did your math right. It's all about the percentage of deviation in predicting your outcome of your test. If you get it within a 3 to 5% deviation, that means your math checks out. That means you know that tank is not going to fail. It's not going to fail in any circumstance. It's a much wiser way if you have to put a price on hardware, which NASA absolutely does. To be fair, early on in the SLS program, NASA was really bad at actually telling the public what was going on. Yeah, well, when you get scraps of when you're forced to pick up the pieces of the Constellation program and try to basically amalgamate it into one working vehicle and potential future launch architecture, that does take some time. I don't think they even knew what they were going to do at that point. But anybody that sits here and implies that NASA, they just put it on the test stand, just its job program. Anybody that peddles that nonsense has no idea what they're talking about. They really don't. Like, you're going into a racetrack. Like, you're going into a racetrack and saying, well, actually, I don't even know if that analogy is going to hold up. Let me think of a better one. Okay, we'll still use the racetrack analogy. Well, if your car takes less if your car doesn't take any pit stops, you're going to be out ahead of everybody because they have to take pit stops. Not wholly understanding that the pit stop is designed to, fix your tires and fill your car up with fuel, for instance. If you don't take any pit stops, you're going to run out of fuel before the race ends. So really, that's what I mean. If someone goes in, why did they take pit stops? I don't understand why they take pit stops. Do they take pit stops just because, do they take pit stops of the car just to give, people jobs for maintaining the car during the race? No, it's there for a reason. Everything is there for a reason. Everything. To imply that it's some sort of stupid jobs program is ridiculous. Also, I always hated that argument in the first place. Yeah, of course NASA's a job program. No crap. Obviously. The only difference is result, right? What was the Apollo program? That was a 400,000 person jobs program. But it achieved results. So what's the difference? Timeline. Timeline and mission architecture. Having a more well thought out and well implemented mission architecture is going to get you results. Doing what SLS did and picking up the pieces of another rocket's architecture that was not even built at the time, and then trying to make something work with that is one of the problems that I have with the SLS program. But simultaneously, it's better than nothing. Understand? It's better than having nothing. So if they say 1 + 1 = 2, and then they demonstrate that 1 + 1 = 2, that means the testing is done, correct? But Goalie, you got to remember, you're doing that with every single piece of the rocket. Every single piece of the rocket. All of it. Everything gets tested on the ground. Everything gets quantified with math. All the hardware gets quantified with math, and then they put it on the test stand and they push it to failure on purpose. If the point of failure correlates with the math, then you're good to go. If you go and put something out on the stand and you're expecting it to basically be overpressurized for 3 hours and it fails after 1, you didn't do something right. This way, this waterfall style testing basically means that every single system individually will work correctly. And then, once you know that every single system is qualified and working correctly in quantitative with, well, not quantitative, it's qualitative, basically it correlates with the math, you put everything together, and then you do testing on everything together, which is what they're doing right now. And then you launch it. That minimizes potential of failure. You fail down here so you don't fail up there. That's how NASA tests. I would just think NASA testing on the ground and launches when it's ready, while SpaceX tests in the air. So there will be more launches for tests, but won't the total time testing be the same? Just one with launching and the other ground testing? No, not at all. No. No. Doing the math and predicting exactly where something is going to fail is a lot harder than you might think. Ryan, if you want to read more about this, you need to read NASA's Systems Engineering Journal. Or not a journal, it's not a journal. Their Systems Engineering Handbook. That's what I'm reading right now. I'm reading it to figure out the new architecture that I want for mission mode. I'm fleshing out the entire architecture. And I'm following NASA Systems Engineering. That's what I have planned for KSB. Figure now is a good time than ever to tell you guys. That's what I'm doing. That's why I can't really give you an exact date when Kerbal's coming back. But when it does, it's going to come back in force. Yeah, short line. I literally just finished it a second ago. Could I take your attention for a minute before Tarkov? When do you not, Flykin? What's on your mind, buddy? I had to do an assignment for school a while back. I wrote something about Starship and wanted to know your opinion on it. I had to write the website, but I just want your opinion, the article I wrote. I had to pretend I was working for a news company for social studies. I'll link it up if you say yes. I will look through it off stream. Just shoot me a DM on Discord or something. Feels like this discussion happens every day. Well, Novus, the thing is that I'm patient. I'm patient and people need to understand it. I wouldn't do what I do here if I wasn't patient enough to answer this stuff. I don't care if it gets talked about every day. I'll talk about it till I'm blue in the freaking face. People need to understand the difference. You can't be on Team Space and not understand the difference. This Starship is better than SLS. SLS is better than Starship nonsense needs to stop. It's frankly very annoying. But I can't just sit here and say that it's annoying. That doesn't work that way. You have to explain it. People want an explanation. I can give the explanation. I can explain why one takes the long time and the other one doesn't. No problem. I have all the time in the world, man. And if somebody pops into the stream that popped in from Science and Tech and is lurking, listen to what I just said about SLS testing and how NASA's testing cycle works and why, and they understand something about SLS. They don't even need to say anything in chat. If somebody learns something and figured out, and got a little bit of a better perspective on why this stuff takes a long time, then it's 100% worth it. Even if one person took away some bit of information or learned something new today, it's worth it. 100% of the time. I'll say the same thing every freaking day. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. It happens all the time, but it's worth it. I have infinite patience. Seriously. Except with Yarg. Screw that guy. I don't have patience with him. Hi, Yarg. Love you, buddy. Frick Yarg, man. Nah, he's alright. It's just a dick, but he's alright. So, Icarus tonight? Nope. I'm playing Tarkov with Taradra. Yarg, what day do you have off this week? You tell me, buddy. Also, screw you. Voiceover. He does not love Yarg. Yeah, no, Ryan, you could ask 1,000 questions, dude. That's fine. I don't really care. I mean, I'm not going to tell you that I haven't, sometimes I worry that people ask me a question and then they don't pay attention to the answer. You can't, but I understand that, not everybody has my undying attention all the time. Nobody's set, I've been streaming for 7 hours and 10 minutes today. No one's going to be here for all 7 hours and 10 minutes listening 100% intently. If you do, I really appreciate it, but you probably should devote more time to something else than to me. How many streamers are going to say that? How many streamers are going to say that, for real? Today and Friday, but Friday is Horizon Forbidden West Day. I don't know what that means. Yeah, Aries, NASA can't be seen failing, so they implement waterfall-style testing where they don't. Safeguards the program. Much more sustainable for a government program. And Aries, that's why I get pissed off when people start barking up NASA's tree. They literally have no idea what they're saying. Dude, don't do that. Trust me. That's what people started doing during the Constellation program, and it ended up getting axed, and we ended up getting a worse architecture out of it. If people do that with SLS, same thing will happen. Trust me. That's what I mean when I say, look, I have my critiques of SLS. So does NASA, to be quite frank. But it's better than nothing. Would you rather have nothing? Because that's what they tried to do. They tried to do that 10 years ago. They tried to give us nothing. Yeah. Don't trust me. Don't do that. Don't do that. And once again, I will sit here till I'm blue in the face explaining why. It means that the game is coming out Friday and I'll be playing it all day. I'll play Icarus on Friday morning if you want to give me some time. But yeah, I'm not playing it today. I already made an obligation to play with Taradra. We have Tarkov Tuesdays with Taradra at 8 o'clock. Anyway. So, we have... Let's see. 1, 2, 3 videos from NASA spaceflight here. So, I'm going to cap off space news with this here. This was from a couple of days ago. But, yeah. We'll get caught up on the NASA spaceflight videos. Once again, this footage is brought to you by our buddies over at NASA Spaceflight. Go over there and make sure you give their YouTube channel a sub or buy some merch or something. Supporting them supports me here, inadvertently. So, I mean, they basically have given me full reign to basically look at every single Starship video and put my terrible commentary over it. So, basically just calling Chevys porta potty trucks all day and calling Fords nice. Yeah, sure, Synerd. Yeah, I got you. So make sure you go over there and support those guys. This footage was taken by... It's not over here. It's over here. This footage was taken by Nick and Mary, 2 photographers for NASA Spaceflight, who are down there on the daily, getting us daily content coming out of Texas. So, so here, check this out. This is what you're gonna want to check out. Anybody that isn't updated on the Polaris program, it's a big freaking deal. It's a big deal. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Also, that Starship has no airlock, and it has no hatch. Okay, well that's nice. Neither does that one, to be honest. But hey, whatever. Wait, I missed that. Yeah, you were probably thinking we were just talking about football all the time. What, didn't you, Spoon? I told you, clean the Chevy out of your ears. Clean the Chevy out of your ears, man. Get it? Because it's poop? No, anyway. Yeah. Guys, if you missed my talk about the Polaris missions, Jared Isaacman bought 3 more missions with SpaceX. 2 of them are high-altitude EVAs with a Dragon capsule. High-altitude EVAs with a Dragon capsule. Yeah. Which means EVA suit for SpaceX, EVA capability for Dragon. And then the third one, the third mission you guys might like. Rook is going to command the first manned mission for Starship. We have a crew flight test for Starship on the books. Paid for. It's a big deal. Yeah, Kev, exactly. I think if you're answering my questions, I was just trying to wrap my head around why they test things. I don't understand why SpaceX launches more. I mean, to be fair, right now they don't. They don't, Ryan, because this stuff takes time. But yeah, I understand. It's just fundamentally different testing criteria, dude. It's 2 sides of the same coin. So Hubble repair when? Hubble does have a grapple point. What's that red stuff on the tiles? I'm not 100% sure. I think that... Yeah, I don't know. Mycon, I'm not sure what this stuff is. It's probably just residue from something. I don't know. It's RTV. You're permatexing the tiles. Is it really red RTV? Evelyn, is it really red RTV? Or is it blue? Or is it the gasket sealer? Is it the black stuff? It's probably the red, because I don't think blue or black would leave red residue, but it might. Mars dust. Yeah, they're just practicing for the future, obviously. Just permatexing the spacecraft. Whatever. That's right, Spoon. RTV is pretty common for shuttle thermal protection systems. Thermal protection systems. The shuttle boosters use it. Huh. Interesting. I can neither confirm nor deny, but that would be a good guess. Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. Novus, did you see the name of the stadium where they played the Super Bowl by any chance? Last for Hubble repair thoughts. Oh. Do you have any ideas what Polaris 2 might be? No, Shortline, I don't. I think it depends on the success of the Polaris 1 mission, though. I'm looking, Cynerd. I don't see anything about that. Nope, I didn't watch it. The name of the stadium is SoFi Stadium. It's a student loan financing company, but also that's not where my mind went when they said the stadium, I'll be honest with you. That's not where my mind went. It's even spelled the same. Sounds like a pretty cool place, I know, right? It's actually a really cool stadium, to be honest. It's got an amphitheater built into one side of it, which is actually really neat. But also, SoFi Stadium. You guys know the orange stuff that they sprayed on the shuttle's external tanks? That stuff right there? See the orange stuff on the tank? And the orange stuff that they sprayed on SLS? That's called SOFI, SOFI for short. It's called spray on foam insulation. So that's what I mean when I say that's not where my mind went. My mind went to spray on foam insulation. My guy, Lol Dog. Hey, where have you been, man? Everything good? I haven't seen you in a little while. Oh man, look at this thing. They use it on the inside of the Centaur too? I don't know about the inside, Cynerd, but they use a different type of SOFI on the outside of Centaur, because Centaurs are stainless steel. So they don't look like that when they're made, you know? The field is actually underground because the stadium is right next to an airport. That's why it's such a short stadium. That's cool, man. Yeah, that's really neat, man. It wouldn't be the first time. That's a Roman idea, believe it or not. So once again, this video is from a couple of days ago. What was that about the RL-10 eating chunks of foam insulation and keep on going then? I don't know. I have no idea. I haven't heard anything about that, dude, to be honest with you. I mean, they might hit the inside with spray on foam insulation. I don't know. It wasn't to my knowledge, dude. Any reason why the foam is orange? Could it be a different color? They have different shades of it, Ryan, but it depends on what propellant you're using and where it's going. The orange stuff just kind of ends up getting sunburnt by the sun, so it ends up turning orange. It's not that, it's like beige coming out of the can, so to speak. They can also paint it white. Yep. That's right, Stealthy. They can. They can do that. They can, in fact, paint the external tank white. Oh, aesthetic. White paint is also heavy. Yeah, you can paint it white and you could lose 5,000 pounds of payload capacity. I mean, that works too. There you go, Novus. Yep. It does look good though. Yeah, I'll say it. The white tank is aesthetic as frick, boy. Wasn't it like 500 pounds? Something like that, man. I have a lot of numbers floating around in my head. You might be right, dude. Ooh, that looks very nice. How about you, Sideburns? You want some of this tank? Hail, Columbia. That's awesome. What a nice picture. You know what? 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 That's what. That's nice. Your mouse pad is that picture? Nice. 600 pounds according to the Smithsonian. 600 pounds. Yeah, that makes sense. That is my NFT. Can I make an NFT of this where I just... An NFT, like an animated, like a GIF or something, where I just right-click and save this and hit the save button? Can that be it? I'm going to beat that joke into the ground until it's not funny anymore. Some could say that it's already not funny, but you know what? I don't care. I'm going to keep doing it because I think it's funny. Boom. Roasted. Back to Starship. Those two dark pipes right there are the fuel lines going into the orbital launch pad. Are we there yet? No! No, Jonathan, you can't do that. Those look big. Any idea what diameter? 1.5 feet, maybe? Yeah, the super lightweight tanks, Devlin, yeah. Friction stir welding, man. Yep. Byproduct of the shuttle program. 8 o'clock for Tarkov Tuesdays with Tiradra. Popsicle. 8 o'clock. Have you considered Fibonacci puns? They are just as funny as the previous 2 times they are told. Enco, don't do that again. Don't do that again. Don't do that again. Mycon, nice. Oh, look at that thing. It's so freaking cool. The fact that they put this together via remote control down the street still gets me. That still blows my freaking mind. How is that even possible? It's huge, Vulcan. Yeah, it's unreal. I can't believe how big that freaking thing actually is. I gotta see this thing in person, man. I mean, look at the staircase. What is this? A staircase for ants? How can people get up into the Starship if they can't even fit inside the tower? The staircase needs to be at least 3 times as big. I'm not surprised they use some type of insulation for Starship. Yeah, they do. The tiles. Oh, look. More Alpha jets. Hop in this thing and start driving then. It's Texas. Going to Texas in the Mustang would be cool, but we got to go to Texas in the truck. The Hydra. Actually, I got to go to Texas in the 59 if you really want to know. We got to do it in the 59. You know why we got to do it in the 59? 59 was built in Texas. It's a Texas truck. Hello, fighter jets. How is Starship attached to the booster? Is it automated too? It's automated, Henry. It's like a clamp. So if this is the outside of Super Heavy, Starship comes down and it butts up against it, and then Super Heavy has a clamp that grabs the bottom ring of Starship, and it grabs it and holds it in place. All automated, dude. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's literally what we do in Kerbal, building stacks, Henry, but in real life. It's unbelievable. That doesn't happen. No one's ever done that in real life. Yeah. No one's ever done that, dude. It's pretty crazy. It's magic to any Saturn V engineer. I mean, it really is insane, dude. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, I still can't believe it. Hold on 1 second. I got a hang nail, guys. I'm cutting that thing right off. I had a freaking hangnail on my finger. I hate that. It freaking, like if I'm typing, it pain in the butt. Alright, cool, we're good. Yeah. I hate those. Yeah, me too, man. I wouldn't normally cut my freaking nails on stream, but yeah, that was annoying. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm out. Let's do it. Go boy, 58-month resub. Thank you. Are you concerned that... What is that, EMP? So that's one video. We got a couple more. I'm going to put the next one on, guys. So the next one, that was this one. We got this one here. This is actually kind of a big deal. This happened 2 days ago. Are you concerned that there seems to be a huge group of powerful elites that want to ruin Elon? I don't know, EMP. I don't... Yeah, no, I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned at all. I did notice there were a lot of anti-space ads. There were 2 anti-space ads, and there was a shot at Elon from Volvo, and then there was that freaking dung heap of an advertisement by Salesforce. I don't think so, man. But I don't know. Like, yeah, dude, I'm not a billionaire. I don't know how any of that works. Salesforce. Did you see that ad, Vin? What a crock of crap that is. Yeah, EMP. I know what you mean. But then again, putting stock in what an actor thinks about stuff that's not acting, I think, is a foolish endeavor in the first place. You know, you don't come to me for political science, right? That's not my field of expertise, so I don't talk about it. Think someone would do that? Just weigh in on stuff they don't know anything about, or get paid to weigh in on stuff about stuff they don't know about? Probably. I've seen this space versus anti-space argument pop up more recently. Anyone noticed it too? Of course. Pretty much staples. Look, remember, dudes, it's your entertainment. Look, remember, I'm your entertainment. Now, I prefer to, with how I peddle content, I prefer to teach people about things, teach people good lessons. Actors do that too. But, see, this is the thing. I'm not beholden to anybody. You're hearing exactly what I think on things, within reason. I try to stick to what I know, which is probably for the better in this day and age. Yeah, Buck, no, you're right. That's not, nobody's saying that, dude. You're missing the point completely. Nobody's saying that we should focus on space and not focus on Earth, or focus, or the people that are involved in space know that it's not a zero-sum game. We can do both of those things at the same time. We should be doing both of those things at the same time. In fact, enabling more dexterity with spaceflight and going further into space is going to help us understand our problems better here on Earth. It's a macroscopic perspective. The overview effect is a well-documented phenomenon. And maybe the more people that we launch into space, the more people will understand what we're doing to this planet. But how stupid would it be for me to say, as somebody that likes spaceflight, why the hell do I care? Maybe we should focus more on space. Maybe we shouldn't focus more on Earth. That is a notoriously arrogant and ignorant thing to say. That's really stupid. I think that's the problem that people have with that. The whole premise of that advertisement is that we should focus more on Earth, and why are we focusing on space? That's a waste of time. If somebody from Team Space said that, I'd be equally as appalled, because that's dumb. That's not how this works. That's one part of the equation. And anybody that doesn't understand that doesn't know what they're talking about, and their opinion should not be valued. It's pretty straightforward stuff, and that's what I mean about weighing in on things you don't know. Yeah, Kem, my thing is that that's the bullcrap argument that they said as justification for canceling the Apollo program. That's the bullcrap argument that they made. Well, we got to focus on stuff down here like war, because everybody loves that. Yeah, how did that turn out? I'm sorry, you know, we believed that 50 years ago, and look where it got us. No, no, that's not the correct move at all. History has shown that. In the Soviet Union and in the United States, we have two superpowers as a historical datum and a historical reference for showing that if we choose to do stuff on the ground, we stagnate as a species. Funny how that works, huh? I guess, you know, history and facts aren't these people's forte. Just a thought. Yeah, floating, I suppose. If you want to talk about it, I'm kind of more happy that they're delivering methane to the orbital farm site. That looks like a methane truck to me. That looks like methane. 1972. Methane being delivered to the orbital pad. Well, that's pretty neat. Is that AC making a heap of background noise? Sure. Yes, it is. Here, I'll turn it off if it's bothering you. It's like 15 years old at this point, man. It makes a lot of noise. I'm sorry, but it's either that or I fry a processor because it immediately shoots to like 30C in here. Should be a little quieter now. Look at the heat exchangers on the bottom of the truck. Static fire testing for the booster? Maybe, T-Man, yeah. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Oh, that's probably going to come in the next video. This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. We should not have made this bargain. What is the significance of the methane deliveries? It's the first time to deliver in methane to the pad, Jen. To the actual launch pad. They've delivered methane to Boca Chica before, but it's been to the suborbital testing sites that are down the street. That's the first time we've seen methane trucks go to the actual pad. The one that has the Starship stacked on it. Well, not anymore. We'll get to that video in a second. Stuff has happened since these videos, even 2 days ago. That's right, EMP. That's one of my favorite things about SpaceX. They literally let you in on every single facet of the process. They don't give a frick that NASA Spaceflight is filming. Elon does not care. As far as he's concerned, NASA Spaceflight and everybody else is doing advertising for him. So he could put more money into actually developing the future, man. Engine test on the main pad incoming then? I think that would be probably a prudent thing to say. Yeah, that would probably be right. Yeah, They did make new methane tanks, Checkered. In fact, there's more methane tanks heading to the pad soon. We know that the foundations are there for the other ones. You'll see them in the videos. Look at that thing. Man, that thing is big. They build the tank bulkheads upside down, or at least the ones that need to be upside down, and then they flip it. That's what they just did there. You're hearing 5 goalie? If I was a betting man, I'd probably agree with that. Should have been on the Super Bowl, man. I predicted that score to a T. I mean, Vegas was going off at +4 Rams, and that's pretty much what happened. So the spread was pretty much right. Wish your car shined like that? Well, you should buy an electric DeLorean. Stainless steel construction is great for flex dispersal of that's encountered during time travel. Yeah. Very good. I laughed at the people placing bets on if Snoop smoked or not. You wouldn't do that on national TV, man. That's funny, though. The halftime show is pretty dope, man. I'm not that big of a rap fan, but I do respect the hustle, man. Those guys came from nothing to that, which is that's pretty freaking cool, man. It's the most American thing I've ever heard. Yes, Ben. Yeah, you'll need a flex capacitor. Mm-hmm. Aerodynamicists for you to follow. An electric DeLorean is a great idea. Well, DeLorean Motor Company is now making electric DeLoreans that you can buy brand new from the factory. Yeah. Yeah. DeLorean is back. But it's electric. Yeah, I'll give him a follow, Hellfish. No, Jonas. This sucker's not nuclear. That sucker's electrical, but I need a nuclear reaction to generate the 1.21 gigawatts of electricity that I need. I ripped this off from a group of Libyan nationalists. They wanted me to build them a bomb, so I took their plutonium and gave them a shoddy bomb casing full of used pinball machine parts. I need fuel. This is heavy. Wait, it has nothing to do with it. Oh my gosh, they found me. I don't know how, but they found me. Run for it, Marty! Who do you think? The Libyans? Does this mean Raptor 2 will time travel? Yes. No? Yes. What? Hey, where are you going? Hey, no, come back. Hey. Booster 7, it's not like that. It's not like that. You can time travel too. No, hey, come back. Stop. Come back. Hey, where are you going? Chat, you scared it. Look at what you did. You scared Booster 7. Go apologize. So that's 21, ship 21's nose over there, or at least it was slated to be 21's nose, and this is the aft section of 21. The thing is that the aft section of 21 they've left outside, and they've just left it. They left it there like a month ago. And they moved Ship 22's section in here, and then they scrapped Ship 22's nose cone. Normally when SpaceX just moved something outside before it's finished, like this, you can see this is an aft section, that's where the wings are supposed to go. Normally when they put it out to pasture like this, that usually means what putting it out to pasture means. That means... And you could warn them if you spoke Jovitos. Akaramatusu! Mufasa! Sorry. Unfortunately, the Jovitos don't know you like I know you, Belloc. And you could warn them if you spoke Jovitos. Is that a gap in the barrel in the cone? No. I wonder why they keep the porta potties right in the center of the production site. It's very strange. No, I'm not gonna stop making that joke. Okay, is that alright, just side note, is that weird looking to anybody else? What is that silver sticking out? It looks like a weight or something. mean, we're looking down on Wayne's basement. Only that's not Wayne's basement. Isn't that weird? I think that was a haiku. Kitty! Yeah, the cat's probably a drone. All right, so let's go over here.
Discovery,
Newest vidya. Jasco, 5-month resub. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Oh boy, I had a 58-monther in there too. That's pretty sweet. Entropy, Jesus Christ. Don't do that again. Did you guys see the Sam Adams commercial from the Super Bowl? Your cousin from Boston. Oh, you want a Sam Adams, buddy? Here you go. Whoa, hello.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Thank you. Hello. Your streamer from Boston. AC servicing or new AC fun. Why? That one works. Did you see the new Dr. Evil GM commercial? Oh, look. They're moving Ship 22 into the mid-bay. Yeah, Bandit, I did see that commercial. It shows Dr. Evil as the head of GM. You know the whole joke of the Austin Powers movie is that Dr. Evil and his cronies are incompetent, right? Incompetency, GM. Yeah, makes sense. Math checks out. Anyway, back to Starship. Zero argument there. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to dump on Chevy too much. See? That Chevy was pissed off that I did. Who are you calling? Who are you calling Pinhead? Oh, look at that. They're moving that thing around there. So 21 is over here. 22 is over there. Let's see. Let's see. Did we get a stack? Here, I have a quote to you from the Chevy CEO. Why make trillions when we could make billions? Chevy CEO, probably. Nice. $1 trillion. Dr. Evil, this is 1969. That amount of money doesn't even exist. I say I want a bajillion dollars. Come on, Mr. President, show me the money. GM, 2008, probably. I don't know, Sea Kraken, probably not. Now you realize that evil will always triumph because good is dumb. Sorry, I don't mean to bash Chevy that too much. The new Corvette's a nice car. It's really cool. I really like that car a lot. GM into the what money? Show me the money. Show me the money. Johnson, get on the horn with British intelligence and let them know about this. Hey, Willie, what's that? Huh, looks like a giant. Johnson! That looks like someone's privates! Every time you dish Chevy, I want to throw this out there. Not space news. Oh, that's cool, man. What a neat car. I didn't know about that. 2 balls! Oh, 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 oh. Oh! Eee, that's nice. Why does Starship look like Shamu? Are you fat shaming Starship? Bruh, it's 2022. What are you doing? What are you doing? Alright? It's not fat, it's just big winged, okay? Read the room, man. No. Are you fat shaming Shamu? Are you? Wait, who's the bad person here? I lost track. Who's the jerk? I don't know. Yargnit? Okay, alright, that makes sense. Oh, they're gonna crown it. So yeah, see, they're putting 21's nose cone on 22. You see that? You're gonna have to rotate it a little bit. Just like that, actually. We gotta call it the YF-12 now. That's gotta be the YF-21. Yeah, it has to have a YF designation for historical accuracy. It's the front of ship 21. It's fine. Here we go. I really like the YF-23. Lost to the 22. Yeah. Do you think SpaceX will make the 12-meter version at some point? Depends on how successful this thing is catching. It's easier to make a booster longer. It's very difficult to make a wider core diameter. Whatever core diameter you settle on usually kind of denotes all future architectures. So I don't think SpaceX would do that unless like Starship is like 100% proven successful. So think of like how Lockheed started with the C-130 for cargo planes. Not started, but bear with me. The C-130, and then there was the C-141, and then they moved to the C-5. Like, it really depends, man. It really depends. They should make a 50-meter version. A 50-meter wide version? I can't hear you, but I am in mod D&D. Okay. Yep, you got to make sure you're lined up. Yeah, rocket engines aren't that easy to scale, but with Raptor's chamber pressure, Hellfish, they might be. My dream is to be those guys up there, Alien. Yeah, I know what you mean. SpaceX still hiring a bunch of people in SpaceX is still hiring a bunch of people in Starbase. I'm serious. If you want to move to Texas, go ahead. Also, OBS Ford. That's nice. It's an XLT. XLT 250. That's just like my truck. Yeah. Bird. See it over there? It's just chilling. See? It's green. That's nice. Yeah, it looks mint. Dang, Texas trucks. But then again, I have a California truck spoon and it has no rust on it. I had to go dig it out of the snow yesterday, man. It hurt. It hurt to see it covered in snow. I'm like, who knows what's rusting, man. One day there will be Fords driving around on Mars. I, for one, welcome our Ford overlords. Jonas, it's going to be cool, man. I did apply. Didn't even get a response. Yeah, a lot of people probably did. You got to be the squeaky wheel, especially with these guys. Unbelievable. Bubble wrap it for the winter? It's fine. Overfloored Fords. It might be easier to walk into a job nowadays than it is, you know, in any prior point, because it's an employee's market, because people need help left and right. So, you know, thinking about a career change, it might be probably a good time to do that. Takes a bit, just keep trying is my best advice. There you go. You're welcome to leave the F-250 in my garage with a winter. I don't trust my Ford with Chevy owners, okay? Okay? I'd have to get it there, dude. Nah, it's fine where it is. It'd be all right. Look, it's painted. It's not like bare metal's gonna mess up anything, you know? Like, yeah. I gotta fix the key and everything. I had it all yesterday, and I cleaned the thing off with snow, and then I ran out of time because I was taking Brimo out on a date, so ran out of time, man. Valentine's Day, am I right? Yeah, caveman, right? Is it just me, or is that crew access arm bending? Oh, they undid the umbilical up there. See? Look. Top of the screen. Top of the screen, dudes. We're so lucky to have Principal Anderson substitute. Cool. Oh, there's the holder for it. They're going to destack. See? Oh, it's so freaking cool. That's really neat. Shit, that's really neat. It's only quick disconnect when you see it in a time lapse. That's freaking cool, man. Buck, the fact, I mean, dude, you know from all the Kerbal pad stuff that we did, dude, how difficult it is to get everything aligned like that on the first try. It's frankly ridiculous. I'm telling you, that thing is blowing my mind. They did it automatically. Well, remotely is the right way to say it. From down the frickin' street and got it right on the first try. That's pretty damn impressive. The scale gets me every time. I watch these videos every freaking day, and the scale still gets me every freaking time, dude. Yeah, Axel, I'm with you on that one. Yep, there's your methane filling stations. I wonder, do you think they're going to use the chopsticks to pull Super Heavy off of that pad? They did floating, yeah. I mean, the crane is set up and it is right there, but who knows? Look, you can see the wide bay in the background over there on the left. I agree, Buck. Yeah, they're going to have to. Cool. All right, dudes. That's NASA Spaceflight's coverage there of Starship. I don't have anything else for you. So, that's going to do it for Space News. Depends on if that booster has the right attachment hardware revision. Yeah, it's true, Bill. Yeah, it's an important point. So, that's going to do it for Space News. And, yeah, now it's time for Tarkov Tuesdays with Taradra. Taradra is another streamer buddy of mine. So we got the squad invite here. And we're going to accept squad invite. And I'm going to play doubles in Tarkov with Taradra. Tarkov Tuesdays with Taradra. That's what's going on. TTWT. Twit. Okay. Let me go find Taradra in voice chat. Are you disturbing me?
I am. Do you want to talk here or somewhere else?
He's in the D&D channel, the Do Not Disturb channel. We can go. No, we gotta go into the nerd room. So here.